I'd like to welcome everyone to the Provo Municipal Council meeting and Redevelopment Agency and Stormwater Service District of Provo meeting. It is 5:35 p.m. on Tuesday, June 18th, 2019, and we are gathered in the City Center Municipal Council chambers at 351 West Center Street, Provo, Utah. This meeting is being broadcast live on the web on the Provo City Council YouTube channel, where it will also be available for on-demand viewing. The council requests that attendees help maintain the decorum of the meeting by silencing electronic devices, being respectful to others, and refraining from applause or other outbursts during the proceedings of the meeting. We will begin with a roll call.
Cliff Strachan.
Gary Milford.
Gary Winterton.
George Stewart.
David Harding.
Kay Van Buren.
Dave Connect.
George Handley.
And I believe we will be joined, we are being joined now by Mr. Dave Sewell. We will begin with an opening prayer offered by Jenna Sutherland, after which we will be led in the Pledge of Allegiance by Jenny Houts.
This opportunity that we have to be gathered together as members of this city. We're grateful for this wonderful part of the United States that we live in, and we pray that we might be able to gather together today to accomplish our responsibilities and to decide how to best meet the needs of those in our community. We're grateful for all members who contribute to this city and the members of this council, and we ask that we might be able to keep them in mind and go forth and serve those around us. And we say these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
Please rise and recite the Pledge of Allegiance with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you to the both of you. At the beginning of the meeting, we will have a presentation of awards from the Utah County Child Abuse Prevention Team. And don't know who is presenting that, but if you're presenting, please come forward. Thank you.
Okay, my name is Kristen Calander, and I'm from Payson, but I'm the chair of the Utah County Child Abuse Prevention, and I want to thank the Provo City Council for letting us use the meeting to recognize our 2019 award recipients. This year, we're awarding a volunteer, an organization, and a coalition of the year award. The first award will be presented by Joanne Brown, and she is the Region 10 PTA Director, followed by Abraham Hernandez, who is the Executive Director of the Central Hispano, and he'll do the two awards. And I'll turn the time over to Joanne if she's here. Thank you. Can Lori Jenkins come up?
Hi, my name is Joanne Brown. Like she said, Lori Jenkins here is a good friend of mine, but she's also an amazing advocate for sexual abuse in Utah County. She works with the Women and Children in Crisis Center of Utah County and has served and worked for countless hours to advocate for the children and women in Utah who have been affected by rape and sexual assault. She is passionate about this cause and serves with all of her heart. She has been in the trenches with children, young adults, women, men, and boys, and creates an instant rapport with them, helping them navigate one of the hardest events of their lives. She not only serves, but she has an amazing ability to encourage other people to serve as well. She is talented at encouraging other people to serve and is a valuable and important part of their training process with the Women and Children in Crisis Center. She also regularly serves weekly with the Food and Care Coalition and has been an important member and advisor of the Mapleton Youth City Council. Lori has a special talent for encouraging and motivating youth. I have been privileged to serve with her in all of these things, and she has an amazing heart. I don't know all of the stories, but I do know a few of them. A few months ago, she and I were in the hospital ER with a rape victim. And the victim was devastated that she was going to have to give up her favorite concert t-shirt as evidence. Lori went home and contacted the band and was able to secure a shirt for her signed and delivered it to the girl who had lost her band shirt. She doesn't toot her own horn, and as a matter of fact, we will rarely hear the things that she does because she does it behind the scenes and quietly. But Lori lives a life of helping children, youth, and adults alike. Over and over, when Lori is in the emergency room with rape victims, she is able to use her own brand of warmth and humor to help them feel comfortable and loved, and she does a fantastic job of it. And I'm so happy that she's receiving this award because it's well-deserved.
Now it will be Abraham Hernandez, and we would like to have Michelle Wages come up and accept the award on their behalf.
Hello. After seeing the rates of teen pregnancy within Utah County, and specifically in Provo, nearly doubling the national average, a group of concerned citizens and community organizations came together to figure out a way to help reduce the numbers of teen pregnancies in this area. These organizations include local PTA, Utah County Health Department, nurses, community organizations, and concerned citizens. The coalition decided to help Provo School District move from an abstinence education program to an abstinence plus education program. The coalition brought together parent surveys, local stats, and proposed contraception presentations, which, by the way, the state uses as a standard now. So Provo created that. Therefore, they began holding the annual Teen Health Summit, which helps youth-serving adults better serve today's youth. The coalition demonstrates that community organizations can come together to help the community. Michelle Wages is the chair of this coalition, and I want to thank her for all her hard work. All right, this one I'm hoping I'm not going to tear up about. Center Spano's health promotion team teaches healthy relationship and communication skills to youth 12 through 18 at high schools, alternative schools, residential treatment centers, and other youth-serving agencies throughout Utah County. Participants learn about self-worth, dealing with emotions, calming strategies, how to help friends, and community resources through reading scenarios, role-playing, and open discussion about how they want to be treated and how they should be treated themselves. These open and safe conversations allow youth to open up about what society has deemed appropriate for behavior and the behaviors local youth want to see in their own communities and schools. Center Spano's health promotion team understands that in order to change behaviors in the lives of Utah County youth, they must also help change the environment these youth live in. Therefore, the health promotion team reaches out to parents of youth to teach them communication and bonding skills to build strong relationships between parent and child. These classes are taught in both Spanish and English, free of charge. This is a dedicated team that goes out and beyond to learn and advocate for youth and minority groups through the various coalitions in which they participate. By recognizing this team, we show that college students and recent college graduates not only participate in community organizations and programs for credit and graduate school applications, but they do it to make a difference in their community because they care about their community. Right now, I have Jenny Houts, who's the health promotion coordinator, and Jenna Sutherland, who is our health educator.
I just want to say thank you again. Appreciate it.
Could we have all the award recipients come up and get a picture with the council and the mayor? And your presenters.
step on the wire. All right, look like you're happy to be here. Okay, that'll be on the council's social media page if you want to. Thank you. Thank you. Next, we will have a presentation by the Utah Graphic Information Council Conference Map Contest winner. Or I believe that's a presentation of the award to the winner. It'll be presented by Mr. John Borgett, our Director of Administrative Services.
Thank you, Chair Harding. We're excited. If everybody looks over here on the right of the dais, you'll actually see a project, something that's pretty cool. And we're going to tell you about that and tell you a little bit about Stan. Stan Makshinsky is in our IS division and works with, he's a GIS web developer, and he also serves on the Utah Graphic Information Council. And this is a nonprofit organization whose mission is to lead the effective application of geographic information in Utah, and they also are the organizer of a state annual GIS conference. Well, part of this conference is that they have a contest each year to come up with a GIS-related project that's creative, and they vote and decide who's going to win. And one of the interesting things is, how many years has this project been going on?
5.
5 years, and Stan has won all 5 years.
Actually, no, he lost one.
He did lose one?
They had to give it to somebody else as well.
So 4 out of 5. Okay, so I would mention that his most visible work at Provo City is his development of maps.provo.org, parkfinder.provo.org, electionmap.provo.org, and the internal GIS tool called GIS Home. At a statewide level, his most visible and well-known work is his creative and artistic map design projects. Each of the past several years, Dan has created elaborate and unusual maps of the GIS Conference Map Contest. This year, which is what we're seeing over here, his project involved recycled parts from 52 computer monitors and 63 keyboards. He utilized a CNC machine and a 3D printer and various saws and woodworking tools in his home shop to create an artistic map of the Provo with an IT flair. And for those that may not be able to tell, he actually used keys from a keyboard, and this map, pretty much what it does is it actually shows the boundaries and the city of Provo. He also used various saws and woodworking tools. Over approximately 5 months, Stan disassembled monitors for the circuit boards that make up the background. He removed keys from keyboards to make 1,617 keys that represent Provo City. A CNC machine that was employed to create the precision holes needed for the keys to be placed accurately on the board in the shape of Provo. Among these things, you will find such as Provo spelled out 10 times, GIS 5 times, names of the IS division staff, and the words City Hall, Library, Rec Center, Happy Valley, and even a compass rose hidden around the only unincorporated island in Provo. As the GIS conference got underway this month in Midway, his colleagues across the state were looking forward to seeing Stan's map for this year's contest. His map created lots of discussion and won the award. In the future, he will reside in the entrance of the IS division's offices in the lower level. We appreciate Stan for his skill and his endless creativity, and for his work that always puts the city of Provo in good light. I would just mention that this is a fun project, but he uses these same skills and abilities daily, benefiting Provo for the GIS needs. And so I have a plaque. By the way, they've named it after him. Each year it's now called the Makshinsky Award. present that to Stan. And I wanted to give, I would mention that we're going to leave his project up here for tonight, so if anybody has time and wants to go up and see if they can find some of these words, it's kind of fun. But I'm going to give Josh just 1 or 2 minutes to kind of share a couple other insights, and then we want to thank you for the time.
I think, John, you pretty much covered it pretty good. But yeah, prior projects are also scattered around the city. If you walked into the GIS area, you'd find a set of chairs that have been reupholstered with a map of the city center blocks. So you can actually sit on the city center if you so choose. So that's kind of a fun one. He's also done work with the local schools. He actually created a sandbox that was really high tech, and it had projection system onto it, and you could actually play with the sand. Have you ever seen one of those? Where you can put water and you can actually see how erosion would affect based on how the sand is. So he's done a lot of very creative and exciting things, and it's just that passion. When he goes home and does that, you know that the passion that he has for the work at Provo is just bar none, the best. So thank you, Stan. Thank you.
Stan, with the 3 of you coming, we're going to get another picture.
We will move to the public comment portion of our meeting, and would like to ask Mr. Millward to introduce this item.
Thank you. A required public hearing will be held for certain agenda items prior to council action, as you can see on the screen. After each such item has been presented, time to comment will be provided for all those who wish to speak. For items that do not require a public hearing, public comment will still be taken following presentation of the item, but will be limited to 10 minutes. At this time, 15 minutes have been set aside for an open public comment period, which is intended to allow comment on matters that do not appear on the agenda. Persons who speak during this time to an item that is on the agenda will not normally be afforded a second opportunity to speak during the comment period specific to that item. During any public comment period, each speaker will generally be limited to 2 minutes. Additional time may be given to individuals specifically invited to speak, such as applicants, neighborhood chairs, or others that may be representing additional persons. Please begin your comments by stating your name and city of residence. Due to noticing requirements, no formal action will be taken in this meeting on matters that do not appear on the agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Millward. We invite anyone with comments to approach the podium now.
Hello. Good evening, Mayor Kafusi and council members. My name is Kay Nelson. I live in the Edgemont area of Provo, and I'm part of a group who created a petition opposing the proposed massive high-density development in the northeast foothills of Provo. We've had many volunteers going door to door and have 435 handwritten signatures and more coming in this week. Additionally, we started an online change.org petition last night, and in the past 16 hours, we've had 244 more people sign. Citizens are unhappy with this proposed development. We're not against development. Housing is inevitable, but massive, high-density housing is not inevitable. This proposed development of 420 homes and a whole bunch of amenities, including single residences, condos, and townhomes, does not fit that green rolling hills area of Provo, a place where many like to go hike, bike, ride horses, and enjoy one of the last green spaces of Provo. We're grateful that Mayor Kafusi and Deputy Mayor Isaac Paxman, as well as council members Winterton, Harding, and Handley, and also Brian Maxfield from the Planning Commission and Sean Miller from the Ag Commission, and others have been so willing to talk to us and give us guidance. We felt really supported in this effort, so thank you. We have many concerns that will be presented by others and are listed in the petition. This is a grassroots effort to have our voices heard about something that we're passionate about, retaining the beauty of the Provo Mountains and foothills, something that's really precious to many of us. Please keep talking to us about what might be done in that area. We as citizens want a part of that process. We only have one chance to get this right. And can I approach and give you our petition?
If you'll take it to the city recorder, deputy recorder. Thank you, Ms. Nelson.
Hello, my name is Craig Christensen. My grandparents settled in Provo. My parents graduated from Provo High. All 6 of my kids graduated from Timpview. We love this city. This is my first city council meeting. It takes a lot to get someone to attend one of these meetings. I admire your willingness to attend these on a regular basis. I've always believed that casual feelings produce casualties. I don't have any casual feelings. I checked. It's like they're not there. And I don't feel casual about the beauty and the wonder of this city. That's why we chose to live here. We could live anywhere, and we've chosen to live here. It concerns me a great deal when a mega development like Terra Development is even considered. Now, I don't know where it is in the process. I just felt like it would be irresponsible. It would be casual of me not to say how strongly I feel about having an active voice. I can assure you, we have an entire neighborhood. I live in Sherwood Hills. I see what happens when homes are zoned and built and then start sliding down the hill. I'm close to Mile High. I've had a neighbor who had his entire house taken down because it shouldn't have been built in the first place. The challenge with the mega development is there is no chance to do it again. You're just stuck with it. So I ask ardently to make sure that the neighborhoods that will be so impacted by this have a voice in how this is done. I too am a proponent of development. I just want to make sure that it maintains the beautiful city that we're a part of. I appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight and ask you to make sure that we stay a part of that process. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Christensen.
Hi, Council again. I'm Angela Maurik. I still live in Provo. I asked Sean Miller, who is the president of the Provo City Agriculture and Sustainability Commission, that I might read an excerpt that he wrote to me regarding this development proposal. And I'm concurrent and in full favor of what he has to say. So I quote, "I'm very much in favor of building higher density in Provo. It's one of the best ways to save open space in agriculture. However, I'm opposed to dense development on the fringes of the city. That is the worst place to put it because it does generate too much traffic, pollution, and is more costly to service, and hence taxes must rise compared to developing centrally where infrastructure already exists. We should argue in the interest of long-term plans to build very densely in downtown Provo, south of BYU campus, at our freeway interchanges, and especially along the new UVX corridor. The city should be providing incentives for developers to build in these areas and disincentives to build in open spaces and anywhere else." And just a quick quote from Don Jarvis, who wrote a very compelling article in the Daily Herald last February. Perhaps some of you read it. It was about the Ponzi scheme of urban sprawl. And he had some very interesting points But he did say, on average, farmland requires only about 37 cents in public services for each dollar paid by landowners, while typical residential land requires $1.11 in services for every dollar owners pay in taxes. And so I urge you to think about that when we go forward in discussing this development and those types of ramifications. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, council members. My name is Tamala Blake. I have served in the PTA at Canyon Crest Elementary for 17 years, and I'm currently going to be the PTA co-president at Timpview this next year. I want to talk about the concerns of the Terra development and the impact it will have on our schools and the safety of the children at the schools. I also served on the Safe Routing Committee for Canyon Crest for about 5 years. Talking about the traffic and the impact that a development like this will bring onto Canyon Road, where the children are crossing the streets. If you are familiar, I'm sure you're familiar with the end of Canyon Road, and that is not a safe intersection in any way. I mean, if you were to turn left out of there, you're taking your life, and you're just chancing it. So a lot of that traffic will be heading up near the school and impacting the traffic in front of the school and the safety of the students as they walk. We have a lot of children that walk to Canyon Crest from our neighborhood. I also wanted to address the impact of potential students into the school. This last year, Canyon Crest had 540 students, an average of about 28 students per classroom. There were a few extra classrooms that were used for STEM, arts, and an extra computer lab. If we were to try and add one class per grade to that school, one classroom per grade, there would not be enough room in the school. Also, the former principal told me that 200 students would be doable in the school, but it would max them out. And that a development like this, I did kind of a random sampling of our neighborhood, and it would be 282 children, like with this development and the new homes that are already going in. So I don't think that the school can handle this impact. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Blake.
Hello, my name's Carl Sorensen. I'm a Provo resident for 32 years. Live in the North Canyon Road neighborhood. And one of the things that I have greatly appreciated about our mayor and council in the past is the foresight that the city government has had in making long-term plans for how property that's not even part of the city yet is planned to be used. And that's figured into our decision of where we purchased a home and where we wanted to live. What I'm concerned about is a temptation for the government to see potential increased tax revenues from higher value kinds of developments than for low-density residential. And those higher tax values come, but they come at a cost, and they come at a cost to the neighbors who have been planning on long-term plans. I'm in favor of development that's consistent with long-term plans. I'm concerned about the potential for this development to be for a developer to come in and purchase land and then change the use from what's planned in the long-term plan, put money in the developer's pocket at a cost of really all of the surrounding residents of the property who have made decisions based on long-term plans. So I think it's really important that as we consider annexing new property and going forward with development plans, we consider the long-term plans that Provo has had in place that people have counted on as they have as they have made their plans in the past. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sorensen. Are there any more public comment? Seeing none, we will close the public comment portion of the meeting, and we will continue on to item number 3, which is an implied motion on a resolution authorizing the execution of an interlocal cooperation agreement to authorize Provo's participation in the Utah Valley HOME Consortium in U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Redevelopment's Home Investment Partnership Program. This will be presented by Mr. Dan Gonzalez, our CDBG and Home Administrator.
Thank you, Mr. Harding. Good evening, everyone, Mayor. Provo City is the only city, or the only entity within Utah County that qualifies to receive a direct allocation for the home program. However, the home program allows for neighboring entities to join together and form a consortium so that the funding stays within the community rather than going to the state. This agreement needs to be renewed every 3 years. A consortium has been in place since about 1991. Different membership. The current membership includes Provo City, Orem City, Lehigh City, and Utah County. And any entities that join with Utah County to receive CDBG funding are also eligible to receive or benefit from home funds. The agreement is basically the same agreement that we've had for several years. Within it, it states that, one of the requirements for the program is that one of the members should be the lead entity to represent the consortium to HUD, ensuring that all requirements are met. As with all other agreements, this one suggests that Provo City be the lead entity representing the consortium. Happy to answer any questions that you have.
Any questions? All right, you answered this earlier. Let me just ask it one more time for the public. Are there any changes between the current agreement and this renewal of this agreement?
There are no changes. It's the same agreement we've used for a while now.
Great, thank you. We will now open this item for a public hearing. If anyone would like to speak to the council before we begin discussing it, you may come forward now. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Is there any council discussion on this item? Seeing none, I will call for a vote on the motion. All in favor? That's unanimous. Item 4 is a public hearing on transferring utility revenues to the general fund and other funds. This will be presented by Mr. John Borgett, our Director of Administrative Services.
Yes, thanks, Council Chair Harding and the Honorable Council. One of the requirements that came from the state legislature several years ago was a requirement for us to be transparent and hold a public hearing, letting the public know about transfers that are being transferred to the general fund and other funds. We actually sent or included in the utility bill that went out to all of the residents in Provo that receive those services, and it included a schedule that showed the transfers that were made throughout the city. I think we have that up. Hannah, I don't know if you can pull that up. Just wanted to mention that we prepared this about a month ago, about 6 weeks ago, maybe even 7 or 8 weeks ago, because we have to have advance notice to get it in the information that goes out for each of the different billing cycles. And so we had some estimates, and the numbers came in slightly different, and so I wanted to just share that in this public meeting so that people could know what the final numbers are that are included in the adopted budget, and just to be completely transparent. I would just mention that they're very close. We have a transfer that goes to the general fund that's, I don't know if you can find it or not, Hannah, but I'll just go through these numbers. There's a transfer that goes to the general fund that was originally estimated $11,381,700. It actually came in $13,500 more, so it was very, very close. And that just was the result of a revised revenue, because those are based 10% on revenues. Also, within the 1% road transfer came within $1,350. We also have administrative overhead that we charge for the various services that the general fund provides to the enterprise funds. That number was within $42,964. And then the only other change was we have Typically, in the past, we've had a transfer from our wastewater department to our water department. We actually discussed this in our meeting earlier today, but this year a decision was made to not transfer money from the wastewater, and so that transfer was eliminated, so that was actually $511,000 less than what was notified to the residents. And so, in essence, the net of all those was $454,000 less in a transfer that we're making in the adopted budget versus what was notified to the public. I would also let you know that we have a state transparency website and some other requirements that we share this information as well, and so that's the purpose of this. And so now we just wanted to have this public hearing to see if any of our residents had any concerns or questions. Any questions for me?
With the water transfer, is this just a one-time that we're thinking? I've become a big advocate for the transfer. It has saved the community so much in property taxes. It's been huge, and yet we've been able to keep our rates very competitive with their surrounding cities. Is this just a one-time thing?
This was the wastewater to water, okay? And what the state requires us to do is, regardless of where that transfer is going, whether it comes to the general fund or not, we still disclose it. And so this was a wastewater to water. And one of the things that was mentioned in our meeting earlier is that's to kind of cover some of the administrative costs in public works. And so the decision was made not to do that transfer this year, but I would think it's likely in subsequent years we may do that transfer. Would you agree with that? And both Dave and Jimmy agree with that, so just for this year.
Okay, and I just hope that the residents look at that and recognize that what it would do to the businesses and the homeowners as far as raising their property taxes is huge, and it makes a big difference to this community. We would be in trouble without it.
The other thing that I would add, and one of the things that we include in the budget document, and by the way, I would mention that the adopted budget, hopefully that the council adopts tonight, that version is now out there on our website, so if residents wanted to go up and pull that up, it's there. But included in the adopted budget document is a graph that shows how we compare on our utility rates versus other comparable entities. And as you can see on that graph, we're about right in the middle. And so we are still competitive with our utility rates.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Mr. Borgett. We will open this item for a public hearing. If anyone would like to address the council on this.
Carl Sorensen from Provo. I am curious, Mr. Winterton, as to what you see as the difference between collecting funds from property taxes as opposed to from utility fees.
I would love to talk with you about that, and if you'll call me, but the bottom line is about half of our people pay property tax and the other half do not.
Okay, so property owners pay property taxes.
Property owners pay property tax,
and
the other
residents
property
pay
is not
their fees.
taxable.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Sorensen. Any other public comment? Seeing none, we will close this public hearing and bring it to the council for discussion. Council have any discussion on this? Okay, and seeing none, we do not have a motion before us, so we will move to item number 5, a public hearing and implied motion on an ordinance adopting a budget for Provo City Corporation for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2019 and ending June 30th, 2020 in the amount of $254,958,760 and amending elements of the Provo City Code. I would like to just note that this total has recently been revised down slightly to $253,940,236. So we will need a substitute motion to our implied motion in order to proceed. This item is the second of two required public hearings for the annual approval of the budget. Final council action on the budgets, both this as well as for the redevelopment and stormwater service districts, will be taken tonight after the public hearing for each budget. And this will be presented by Mr. John Borgett, Director of Administrative Services.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to just make a couple of statements and clarifications. First of all, earlier today in our council work session, we had a discussion and did a review on any changes from the tentative budget that was approved by the council in May. And there were some slight changes. I would just mention that there was $78,982 increase in fund balance for all the funds in the city. The general fund did not change. So it's pretty small changes, but we have those. If anybody in the public wanted to have that information, we would be happy to share that, and we did discuss it earlier in a public meeting. The other thing that I would mention is in the consolidated fee schedule, which is part of one of the other items that's included when the budget is adopted by the council, there was one fee that was missed, a change that we need to update, and that is at our airport parking, at our airport for parking, it has been $5, and the recommendation in the consolidated fee schedule should state that it's $6, and I believe that was omitted, so we want to make sure that that's included. Other than that, I would just mention to the public that there's been a lot of time and effort that's went into this budget. The municipal council has met with the directors on a number of occasions. We've gone through and talked about supplemental requests, and we had many requests that we were able to fund, but many that we weren't. And it's been some difficult decisions for the council and administration to make, but we feel like this is a good budget that accomplishes many great things. And we also always try to be very careful and consider these dollars as money that comes from the taxpayers of Provo, and we try to guard those and preserve those funds and make sure that this budget is sustainable and it provides the benefits to the residents and the city of Provo.
Cliff Scottick. You got
Any
it?
questions for me?
No, when you're ready for the motion.
There's a typo.
Yeah. Go back to the first part of the ordinance. 235 should be what, 253?
Should be 253, 940, 236.
Yeah, so the recommended motion here will be to substitute the numbers in the budget, to revise the figure for the budget to $253,940,236, and to amend the consolidated fee schedule by increasing the airport parking fee to $6.
Okay, so I see it's been changed to 253. It was 235.
And then,
One other thing I would add is that included in the budget also is what's called the occupational index. And the occupational index goes through and pretty much lists out all of the positions in the city and what their rates are. And so that's another part. And that doesn't have any changes to it, but just so the public knows and the council is aware that we also approve that each year with the budget. And that's prepared by our Human Resources Department.
if we can go back just briefly to the ordinance, the proposed ordinance. There's also, it shows it beginning on July 1st of this year and ending on June 30th of this year. So we'll want to update that as well.
Yes.
Any questions for Mr. Borgett? Thank you, Mr. Borgett. This is a public hearing. We'll open it now. If you would like to speak to the council before we vote on this, please come forward now. Seeing none, we will close the hearing and bring it back to the council for discussion. Mr. Winterton.
I just want to thank the administration and the department heads for all the effort to put together a budget like this every year. It's a monumental task, and to have it presented the way it is presented, make it as easy for the public to understand as possible. And my heart goes out to those that try to do it on their own. It's a challenging document, and I'm grateful for the efforts that are made to make it understandable and for all that we're able to accomplish. You look at $253 million, $254 million, that seems like a lot of money, and it is, but you'll need to recognize that most of that money is already promised, and the city doesn't have a lot of discretionary money, and I am grateful for the things that they do with that discretionary money. It's quite amazing. As I started on council a few years ago, it was fascinating to me to see how much it takes to run a city and how much we do with what we have. And I just wanted to thank the mayor, the administration, John, your staff, and the department heads. You've done an amazing job. Thank you.
Mr. Stewart.
Well, I've been in city government 11 years, and I don't think I've ever seen a year like this year where we have been educated as well by the administration and the department heads on the budget. There's been no conflict at all, and we're just excited to approve this budget. It is as good a one as we've ever had, and again, it's been 11 years, so congratulations, Mayor Kufusi and John and the department heads, because you've done a great job.
Mr. Sewell.
I just wanted to chime in too. I really appreciate the mayor and the administration, especially for targeting our highest priorities like the increase in police staffing and that sort of thing. Really appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Sewell. Any other comments? I'd like to echo, I am thrilled that we are significantly addressing our policing needs and the hole that has kind of eroded a little bit in our funding of police over the decades, and I am thrilled. I feel like we are being more responsible this year than we have in the past with properly funding our police force. So thank you for your hard work on that and finding that. And I think we also need to recognize a lot of this is the good economy that we are in generally, but also it goes to the responsible citizens that we have, that we're able to provide high-class services at low cost because of the responsible choices that our citizens make, because of the hard work that generates taxes that we're able to then turn around and use to provide services to our residents. And we live in a very good community that allows us to do that.
I'd just like to add, and all of this without raising property taxes, which sometimes we talk about doing, but I'm glad we were able to get by without doing it.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Knecht. Mr. Henley.
Yeah, I echo what everyone has said. I would just add, maybe for the sake of the public, as the most recent city council member, it's been a year and a half of education about a lot of things, but among them have been the opportunity to learn about the extraordinary professional attitude and capacity of our city employees and our administration. So I think that goes a long way towards creating a community of trust. And I just don't know that the community appreciates or is always able to see the work behind the scenes that make the city function. And it is the goodwill of the citizens, of course, to trust government in a representative form and keeping us honest and keeping our feet to the fire, but recognizing that when you put that trust in the government and the government responds by providing the services that they provide, from police and fire to all the other services that the city provides, it's what makes our community great. So these are numbers on a page, but they represent the integrity and honesty of a whole army of really, really good people. So I've just been so impressed with the employees of the city, and I'm grateful to them as a recently, I guess, now maybe I'm not allowed to call myself a newly elected person anymore, but it's just extraordinary, the capacity that's in the city, and it's made possible because of the budget.
Thank you, Mr. Hindley. Any other comment? So I look for a motion to adjust the consolidated fee schedule to move the airport parking fee to $6. And yeah, Mr. Strachan.
Mr. Chair, let me restate them because I missed one. You'll see on the board those lines 58 to 60, those numbers have changed from the draft, consistent, Mr. Borget, with the changes you outlined today. Okay, so the four elements that you want in your motion is to revise the final figure for the budget at line 48 to $253,940,236, to correct references consistent with a fiscal year ending June 30th, 2020. There's a couple places in there that state FY 2019. To amend the certified tax rates on lines 58 to 60 as follows. Library operations, 0.000554. Bond obligations, 0.0001155. General operations, 0.000763. And on the consolidated fee schedule to increase the airport parking fee to $6. That, Mr. Chair, summarizes the changes that were discussed today and different conversations and meetings.
Thank you, Mr. Strachan. Yes, Mr. Sewell.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we amend the current budget draft with the changes as explained by Mr. Strachan and as outlined on the screen and shown to us just now.
A very astute motion. That's seconded by Mr. Stewart. Any discussion on this motion? See none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor? And that is unanimous. I believe your motion was to make a substitution to the motion.
Right, so
correct?
now we need to pass
So we still need to actually vote on the new implied motion, which has just been substituted. So is there any discussion on the implied motion, which we just substituted? See none, I will call for a vote on the implied motion. All in favor? Okay, and that is still unanimous. All right, if there is no objection, we will now recess as the Municipal Council of Provo and reconvene as the governing board of the Stormwater Service District of Provo by unanimous consent. We will now, as the governing board of the Stormwater Service District, I'll read in both items 6 and 7. We will discuss them together, but then vote on them separately. Item 6 is a public hearing on transferring stormwater fund revenues to the general fund and other funds. And item 7 is a public hearing and a resolution adopting a budget for the Provo City Stormwater Service District in the amount of $5,123,278 for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2019 and ending June 30th, 2020. And both of these will be presented by Mr. John Borget.
Yes, thank you, Chair Harding. Yes, we do also have a transfer and an administrative overhead charge that is picked up by the storm drain or the storm drain district or the storm drain. And so we're having the hearing for that reason. And that was included in our notice that went out in the utility billing, as I mentioned earlier. and their numbers were off slightly. The actual transfer from the adopted budget was the total of everything was 777,095, and the amount that was noticed was 763,910. So about 14,000 different, just due to revenue, different than the projections on revenues. And so, anyway, we just wanted to have a hearing and to meet the requirements on the storm drain, so.
Thank you, Mr. Borgett. We will open this item for public hearing. Would anyone like to address the council? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Is there any discussion on the council? Okay. And there's no action required for this item, so we will go to item 7, which I read in, and then we'll look to Mr. John Borgett for a presentation on item 7.
This number also changed slightly. The amount that should be included for the storm district would be, looks like it is right. Yeah, it looks like that one is correct. 5122563, and so that should be there. And I would just mention that if the council has any questions for me regarding the stormwater service district's budget, I'm happy to answer those.
Okay, I'll come back to it after you do that.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Borgett. We'll open this item for a public hearing. Is anyone here who would like to address the council? Seeing none, we will close the public hearing. Would the governing board like to discuss this item? Seeing none, I will ask for, was a substitute motion required on this?
It will be on the next item. Item 4 is actually just the public hearing on the transfers. The next item is actually the resolution adopting the budget for the, where are we, stormwater? For stormwater, and then there is a change to the number there.
Okay, so we do need a substitute motion for number 7.
So where you are, number 6, so number 6, you don't need to do anything after you've had the public hearing. Number 7, you're going to need a substitute motion to update the number to that $5.122 million number. And then you still need to open it for a public hearing.
Okay, so, and we just closed the public hearing for number 7.
I thought you were on number 6.
We're trying to be efficient here, so yeah,
Okay.
maybe a little too efficient on the previous couple of, but this one, yeah, we just closed for item 7. So I am looking for a motion to update the total to the number that's listed on the screen.
So
Thank you, Mr. Van Buren. Seconded by Mr. Winterton. All in favor of substituting the implied motion? That's unanimous. And any discussion on the new implied motion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote on the motion. All in favor? And that is also unanimous. The Council Executive Director brought to my attention that in my efforts to be efficient, I believe I failed to open the public hearing for item number 5, which is just a mere $250 million budget item, so we probably should open that back up.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Because you're currently meeting now as the Stormwater Service District, I would suggest you go into the RDA one next and then come back to that first number 5.
It's a good suggestion. Let's proceed that way. So unless there is any objection, we will now adjourn as the governing board of the Stormwater Service District of Provo and reconvene as the Redevelopment Agency of Provo by unanimous consent.
Okay, and we will have a public hearing and a resolution adopting a budget for the Redevelopment Agency of Provo City Corporation for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2019 and ending June 30th, 2020 in the amount of $2,429,132 but that was recently changed to $2,424,867. This will be presented by John Borgett.
Yep, that updated number that Chair Connect mentioned is accurate, and I'm here to answer any questions that the council may have regarding the redevelopment agency budget. Thank you.
So seeing no questions from the council, we will open this up to the public for a public hearing, if anyone would like to address this issue. Seeing no one, we will bring this back, and apparently we will need to have a substitute motion to change the number.
I'd like to make that motion where we change the total, amend it from $2,429,132 to $2,424,867.
And George Hadley seconds. All in favor? And now, if there's no discussion, we need to vote on the implied motion. All in favor of the implied motion? And the voting is unanimous.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
If I may, item number 9 may be a more involved discussion, so could we adjourn as the RDA board and reconvene as the municipal council long enough for us to
Sure.
open that public meeting?
So if there's no objection, we will now adjourn as the Redevelopment Agency of Provo and reconvene as the Municipal Council of Provo by unanimous consent.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Connect. So I'd now like to correct my mistake, and we will open the public hearing for item 5, which is adopting the budget for Provo City Corporation for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2019 and ending June 30th, 2020. So if anyone is here to speak to us on this item, we invite you forward now. Seeing none, we will close the public hearing. Do we feel like we need to vote on that a second time?
I believe since nobody came up to say anything that would change your minds on the budget, that you're probably good. And if I could take a second to explain, the reason the council jumps back and forth between meeting as the council, meeting as the redevelopment board agency, and meeting as the stormwater service district is those are all statutory boards and that they're elected to be, and the state statute requires that they meet and convene at those separate boards when they're passing budgets or dealing with those specific issues that come before them. So if it's confusing, that's why they go back and forth.
Thank you, Mr. Strachan. Are there any objections on the council that we just move forward and consider our first vote as still standing? Okay, seeing no objection, I will ask if there's any objection of adjourning now as the municipal council and reconvening as the redevelopment agency of Provo. See no objection, we are now adjourned and reconvened.
Okay, we have a second item for the RDA. Item number 9, a resolution authorizing the chief executive officer to enter into a lease agreement with Blue Sky Development to allow them to utilize parking spaces for a pending mixed-use project at 105 East Center Street. We'll ask David Walter to come up and give us a presentation.
Chair Connect, members of the agency board, good evening. The item before you tonight is asking you to set aside a portion of the agency's allocation of parking spaces in the Wells Fargo parking garage. By way of background, the agency participated in the creation of the Wells Fargo parking garage, and through a series of, when it did go into receivership initially, was awarded through the court
204 of the total spaces that are in the garage for the agency to allocate for businesses and residents in the downtown area. We have utilized some of those for the 63 East project. So that is for the residences there. They have parking spaces. There are some for the loft. Excuse me, I kind of lost where the name of the meeting space there. Many of the people in the Wells Fargo structure are parked back there. We have been looking at Mr. Christensen's project, which is now called Blue Sky Development. It's going to be a mixed-use project with ground floor commercial, including restaurants and office space, as well as residential units on 6 levels. Mr. Christensen will park all of his residential tenants inside the structure, but he has approached the agency about utilizing some of the agency's spaces in the Wells Fargo structure to meet the needs of his commercial tenants. We've been working with Mr. Christensen for a while now, and when this item was presented to the Planning Commission, one of the conditions of the Planning Commission was that he'd enter into this agreement with the agency for the use of the spaces. So Mr. Christensen is available to answer any questions that the council might have. And he is offering to make payments for the spaces in the structure. And I will let Mr. Christensen speak to that. And if you have any other questions of me, I'd be happy to answer them.
I guess I have a question about what does utilization, or have we defined what that actually means yet then? How we're going to utilize it? What does that mean as far as allocation versus dedication?
So we've been talking about that. So the Mr. Christensen would like the spaces dedicated, and we've talked about allocating some of them. He has a need to be able to use some of those spaces in order to meet the obligations of the city's planning codes, in order to meet the requirements of his potential tenants. So as has been customary with other tenants that we've talked to in the downtown area, many times when a restaurant approaches a property owner, one of the things that they have a concern about is parking for their patrons. And so I know that has been the subject of conversations that Mr. Christensen has had with potential restaurateurs that would come to this area. So he would have, the restaurants would front along Center Street, and potential office users would front along 100 South on his project. And then above that, for the next 5 levels, there would be a mix of studio and 2-bedroom apartments. Mr. Stewart? My understanding, it's not clear which spaces we own and which are the... So we don't have all the spaces, so the structure doesn't have all the spaces dedicated. I mean, the agency spaces are not clearly laid out. So we previously, when we entered into the agreement with 63, the 63 spaces are on the subterranean levels of the parking structure, and they do have signs attached to them. The rest of the spaces that the agency has available for allocation do not. So it would be hard to dedicate specific spaces to Mr. Christensen, right? Mm-hmm. It seems like that's a problem, but...
Any other questions of Mr. Walter?
Maybe in a minute, as we come back with.
Okay.
Certainly. So Mr. Christensen is available, and
So why don't we invite Mr. Christensen up before we hear from the public?
Hi, I'm McKay Christensen. I know all of you, actually, and I've taken some time and met with several of you. I don't think Dave and Gary and George, I don't know if we didn't have a chance to meet on this. And so I think I've probably spoken to a lot of the concerns that you may have or questions that you may have. If there are questions that you guys have for me, I'm happy to answer them. I can
give some history or background or explanation from my part of that, but I think I've gone through some of that with several of the council members, and so you just let me know what you would like to know. I don't know if you want to start there, or if you'd like me to just kind of jump in with any details on my end. I guess that's totally up to you.
Do we have any initial questions? Dave Sewell.
So as I understand it, we have an allotment of spaces that are not marked, and this agreement contemplates offering you a certain number of those. I believe it's 55, according to the current draft.
Yep.
But they would not be designated or marked individually. Is that your understanding? And if that is true, is that going to work for you and your proposed tenants?
Yeah, good question. So Dave and I have had a draft lease agreement for well over a year now, which I think we got to a certain point where we felt like it was good, and my interpretation was that what the city or the RDA was happy with it, and it worked for us. In that lease agreement, they are dedicated stalls, not just open. I don't know. I mean, again, I'm not the city speaking on my end. I was involved in the 63 transaction where we created an agreement that actually dedicated the stalls for 63, and so I know that we've done that before. Where those are dedicated, whether it's on the top floor, the third floor, the fourth, to me, that's not all that critical. What's important to me is that the stalls are dedicated. And just as a refresher on what my understanding always was, and again, this goes back to my previous conversations with Paul Glauser, was that the city has those stalls, and the reason why they have those 205 stalls was for the express purpose of promoting growth in the DT1 zone. It was to attract new development to downtown, and the idea generally is, number one, it invigorates the downtown, but number two, it creates property tax and income tax from the retail. And it was a little bit more driven, at least in talking to Paul, that the idea was that it was geared more towards retail than it was towards residential. As a result, the way that our agreement is written is that we have all of our residential spaces covered within the building. It's just the retail component that we have outside of the building in the Wells Fargo parking structure. Again, my understanding was we had sort of come to this agreement a long time ago. Because of that, we've turned in building permits and are ready to pull permits. We're just waiting for them to come through the city. And yet, one of the comments that came back today from planning department was that we are not allowed to proceed until I have this agreement in place, which was, I didn't recognize that was the situation. It's probably an error on my part. But I can say for our building, the property taxes that we'll generate are probably north of $250,000 to $350,000 a year. The income tax that we will generate, if we've got 8,000 square feet and it's doing roughly $400 a square foot, you're looking at another $160,000 a year in retail revenue for the city. And so that, to me, that's $500,000 a year in revenue by virtue of our building going forward, which to me was the whole idea of why those stalls are there in the first place. It's there to promote growth, specifically retail growth in the downtown area.
Yes, Gary.
My question is, you're asking for 55 stalls. How many do we have? Right now, we've got 55. That's all we've got.
Yeah, 205.
Well, we had 205, and we've already allocated everything but 55. Is that correct?
So we would wind up, without eliminating or terminating the other lease that's out there, we wind up with about between 15 and 33 stalls, depending on the number that we actually wind up with.
Left over?
Yes.
And as I look at the other properties that we have to develop on, I hope your project goes. It's going to be a great project, but I'm not sure that I'm ready to dedicate that much to you personally. I think we have other projects for the promotion of downtown growth that I think that we also have an obligation to as well. I look at what happened at Los Hermanos. I can imagine that they are going to come and need some help with parking, which is actually closer to the parking garage than yours is. And so I see that we still have a need for parking, and to dedicate it to all that one, I struggle with. and I do hope that it goes. I think your project's a great project, but to give it all, I'm not quite personally ready. My other concern is I have had some experience with dedicating stalls, and they become so inefficient. Because I rent to a restaurant, and if I dedicate stalls, the next tenant that I have in the same building wants dedicated stalls, and the next one wants dedicated stalls, and pretty soon half my parking lot's vacant because all those spaces are dedicated to somebody that's not even in the building. And so that is one of my real concerns, is the efficiency and the lack of efficiency that we create by dedicating stalls.
I guess I don't need to raise my hand. I'm so used to that. Yeah, today I decided I would drive over there at 11 and kind of survey what was going on. And there was no one on the top level, partly because it's open. I don't think anyone wants to park in the sun or the snow or whatever happens on the top level. And I went down on the lower levels where there's 79 reserve spaces for residential. And there were 11 cars there at 11 o'clock. Now, I haven't come back in the middle of the night to see how many are filled up, but it would seem for such an expensive parking structure that if we aren't using it with like some efficiency and sharing those spaces for daytime use and nighttime use. Here they sit empty virtually all day long. And I would like to see arrangements where if we do allocate for residential in the future, that we also do something so that in the daytime hours, it could be used for business.
And Mr. Connect, you know that ours is not dedicated to any residential.
Exactly. Yes, I understand that. But it kind of works both ways. If we dedicate yours just for the restaurant, then at night, when the restaurant's closed, then they'll be empty.
But you couldn't have it dedicated to both residential and retail at the same time. Meaning, you couldn't dedicate a stall to a residential use and then have that same stall be used as for retail.
Well, depending on the hours that they're needed, there can be some crossover, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
How much were you willing or negotiating to pay?
So we pay, again, I hate to rewind on this, but again, the purpose of having the stalls in the first place was to generate a development like ours. I don't know any, to speak to Mr. Winterton's comment, there's nobody else either on my block or anywhere else in the city that's building 8,000 square feet of retail. I mean, does anybody else know anywhere on Center Street University, right in the downtown core, that's bringing 8,000 square feet of retail, true retail to the area? I mean, and what you have left on our block is a little sliver of property that the towers are going to do, and then you have 80 East, which already has its allocated stalls, assuming that it could keep those allocated stalls. I think that the RDA has some questions over whether or not they could just terminate that agreement, in which case you'd end up with, I don't know how many stalls you'd end up back. But there really is no other opportunities for retail in that area other than the retail that we're bringing. Now, we'd originally asked for more stalls than the 56. It's actually 56 stalls that are in the lease agreement. Restaurants, and again, we talked about this before, they should require 10 stalls per 1,000. That's just the way leasing any good restaurant space will do. And I don't mean to belabor that issue. If I don't need them, we wouldn't want to lease them. The entire reason why we are saying that we need the 56 stalls is because we need to be able to lease the space. And we've talked a little bit about the economics of the tenants that are coming into the downtown core and what their financial capabilities are, and our responsibilities, frankly, are what we have to do to carry them. And so our leasing program is a graduated lease. Again, we're bringing about $500,000 in revenue to the city by virtue of our building being there. That in and of itself was supposed to be enough for the parking. We are paying on top of that to lease the stalls.
Yes.
I think you're right to point out the purpose of those stalls, and I think I speak for the council that we want them to be helpful to you precisely for the reasons you're outlining. I think the concern here isn't at all any sort of lack of enthusiasm for your project or for the potential businesses that you're also talking about bringing in there, but it's this question of efficiency of the spaces. And there's some uncertainty, there's sort of built-in uncertainties that we all are looking at in terms of whether or not 1 year, 2 years, 5 years down the road, if we dedicated all those stalls and lock them in for the long term, and then they're going to sit there unused, then we've sort of not taken full advantage of how they could be used. And so that's just a really serious concern that we're having. So it's just, at least where I'm at, I mean, I'm perfectly comfortable allotting the 55 or 56? 56. I'm comfortable allotting them. I'm just wondering if there's, some way that, some of them can be dedicated and some of them could be allocated, or that there's some sort of flexibility that we build into the agreement that over time we re-examine that ratio.
I'm happy with that.
I'm really happy to know that about some of the prospects for the businesses there. I know that the business owner in question has other businesses that are also needing parking spots, and so that's a little strange that there's competing businesses by the same owner, recognizing that there's a broader city issue of management of parking spots in adjacent areas. And so I don't know if you listened to this afternoon's work session, but there was some conversation and acknowledgement that we need to step up our management of the other parking facilities. And if those facilities are managed more efficiently, and this business owner in question is more satisfied with that possibility from what we heard today, it didn't sound like he was insisting on dedicated spots necessarily to 100% degree, as long as the city was doing more on its part to provide more parking in the downtown area generally, or to manage the parking that's available a little more effectively. So I guess, I just want to echo what's being said, but making sure that you understand it's not, we understand what the purpose of these stalls is, and we understand that there has been a longstanding conversation already, and we're not, at least, we're not trying to put any of that in jeopardy. It's just a question of, can we use these in the most efficient way possible? And
I appreciate that, Mr. Hunley. The best way for me to answer that is yes. If after X amount of years we wanted to reevaluate and we're not using the stalls, we certainly don't want to pay for stalls that we're not using. And if we don't need them, we have no intention or need of continuing to use them. My number one concern is that it is so intensely difficult to bring restaurants to downtown Provo. It is just not easy. And we talked about this, it is just all about parking. It's all about parking. And so my major thing is, how do I even get to a lease? I need to be able to get to a lease, and in order to get to a lease, I've got to be able to say I've got X amount of stalls that are dedicated for you specifically. And if that means, again, like we talked about, I got to drive the people up there and park them there ourselves, so it's easy for them without pay to have to go to, meaning we pay for a valet to run them back and forth, then we're willing to do things like that. We're trying to be as creative as we possibly can to be able to promote growth in the downtown area. And I apologize if I'm coming off a little bit coarse. It's just that, I came before the Planning Commission. I also went before the Board of Adjustments, and we were up together saying that the 56 stalls that was one of the major questions. Do you have stalls in the Wells Fargo building? The answer was yes. Yes, 56 stalls that are allocated. That's how we got through the Board of Adjustments and Planning Commission. So I've been operating off of the basis that we had those. And so you may want to add something to that. But, and we have spent an absolute fortune moving forward with our plans, and now I'm on a complete halt. My bank is on halt. Everybody is on halt because the planning department came back and said, I'm sorry, you don't have an agreement in place. And so, and I'm not saying
Can I just ask, though, I mean, you just said allocated, and this is, for me and maybe for others on the council, this is what we're boiling it down to, is allocated versus dedicated.
what I mean by that,
Yeah.
were you talking about, I don't know what I said with regards to planning commission.
Well, the
Planning
agreement was that there were 56 allocated
dedicated.
stalls.
We're
Yeah.
dedicated, meaning we have the stalls in there. And I'm not, my understanding is always that the agreement that we have is dedicated. It's always been dedicated. And so I apologize if I misspoke with regards to the word. But again, speaking to that point, if of the 56 stalls, we find out, a couple years down the road that our people don't need them, then we're happy to have some mechanism built into there that says, however many are unused or something can get put back into the pool. Again, we're just, we didn't even have to bring commercial to this development. It's not required. We did it because we thought we were doing a wonderful thing for the city and a wonderful thing for the community. Frankly, I don't know why I did it, but now I've got it. And it's a bugger to lease. And so we're just trying to get over the hump on it.
Yes, George.
You estimated that your project would generate $250,000 in property tax?
Roughly, I mean, if
Your
it's
whole
one-
project, not just the commercial part?
Meaning our building, costs about $24 million to build, so if it's, property tax, 1% of that, it's $240,000, right?
But you need to realize that only a small percentage of that comes to the city. Most of it goes to the school district.
And maybe that's the case, yeah. And then with the property tax, I'm guessing it's 0.5% of whatever the gross revenue, of the retail income tax. So call it $100,000. I don't know. Maybe it's $250,000 that the city gets rather than $500,000. All I know is that it's infinitely more than what it would cost to lease those stalls to anybody else.
Right.
Dave?
So you've talked about having this draft agreement for over a year. And, as our role as the board of the RDA, we need to, approve of all agreements that are made. And so while you've had this for more than a year, we're seeing this just, the last little bit. And, and it is our responsibility to make the best decisions, what's in the best interest of the RDA and of the people that we serve. But at the same time, we definitely need, we want to partner. In order to achieve our goals, we need to partner with developers to bring about the kind of development that we want to see on Center Street. And I believe that we're all, in agreement that what you're proposing is what we would like to see in downtown Provo and on Center Street. And so that is weighing very heavily on me that this has been negotiated and has been understood for a long time, and you have moved forward with some of, with your project based on those understandings.
So just a couple of things real briefly. It's never our intent to over-allocate the part. We don't intend to oversubscribe the spaces that we have in the structure. And as to Mr. Christensen did work through this for a while, and he also had some challenges that were levied against him by some surrounding property owners, and he was working through those, and we just didn't bring the contract forward while that was still undergoing, so.
Okay.
There's an issue with the city over whether or
Yeah,
not.
right.
Okay.
We went through some period of time where the city was in question whether or not they even had the ability to, and that was 6 months.
Yeah, we're still, so we've been dealing with a law firm in Salt Lake, and it's been a little problematic getting some feedback back from them, so.
You mentioned that it's all about parking, and in looking into this issue specifically, I've always known that there's been problems with parking downtown, and there's been a lot of chatter about that, a lot of discussion about it. Is it that we're really short on parking, or is it because our parking is so mismanaged that we're not taking advantage of the parking that's there? But in speaking with a downtown restaurant operator that owns many, and it sounds like you've been in close contact with him and discussing whether he would operate out of your project as well. It was really driven home to me that it's all about parking, that we are limiting the economic vitality, the economic activity in downtown because of parking. And so that's also weighing very heavily on me. And I do believe that the city needs to take some significant steps towards addressing and managing parking in downtown. And I believe that it's strongly in our best interest to do so, in the best interest of the city for tax purposes and revenue purposes, but also in the best interest of our business owners and property owners downtown to properly address parking. And there's several things that we can do, that we need to do, in my opinion, and hopefully in fairly short order to address all of that. One of the things that we have, one of the resources that we have are these investments that we've made over the years so that we have either ownership or controlling interest in a number of these stalls. But the more that those are committed, particularly into long-term contracts, it limits our ability to properly manage parking downtown. You talked about, well, you're open to coming back in 5 years and seeing, what if there's any stalls that aren't being used. Part of that is going to be, what constitutes use, as we saw with the 63 East parking stalls at 11 o'clock in the morning. And this is just one sample, but at 11 o'clock in the morning, they're being used at less than 20%. 11 o'clock in the morning is is getting into that critical time for many of those restaurants who are saying, we could double our sales if it weren't for the problems with parking. And so that's just an example where those stalls are being used, but they're not being used efficiently.
Do you mind if I just speak to that? I'm sorry, I'll let you finish.
Yeah, let me finish up, and I would definitely love to hear your response to this. So where I'm at now, where I'm leaning to, and again, what you have worked out and discussed and negotiated is weighing on me, and I would support the 55 stalls. I think the what are we calling it? The dedication of those stalls, or the designation of those stalls, is problematic, and I can see that causing problems throughout that garage, as others want to have them designated as well. I feel comfortable with the amounts that you're proposing to lease the stalls for, but I really would like to not tie them up for 24 years. And if we can put into writing and figure something out that gives you the assurance that you need, that the city will partner with you and make sure that you have good parking available for this commercial space, but that we have that flexibility to actively manage it in the future so that we can solve these downtown parking problems that we have. So that's where I'm at right now, and I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, so just so I understand what you're saying, you have a problem with dedicating them rather than just allocating them. Is that, or a portion of them can be dedicated and a portion, or what specifically?
Yeah, I'm open. I'm not firm. I haven't made up my mind. I'm interested in hearing ideas, but it seems to me that dedication could be very problematic.
So Okay, so like, for example, in there right now, if you were to go in, you would see that there are X amount of stalls that are dedicated to, like, say, for example, the office building, right? And, or even with 63, and 63 is a poor example because with residential, you're staying overnight and then you're gone. Right? I mean, that's the nature of residential. But with residential, you could never, like, give it to, like, you could never say, I'm going to share that with a retail tenant, right? Because what you'd get in a situation where that guy comes home and he has nowhere to park. Well, the same thing really is true with any restaurant. If I were to go, if my tenant, for example, say I go to a tenant and I say to them, yeah, you guys have, 56 stalls for these 4 tenants, right? They're going to say, okay, well, where do my tenants park? And I just point to the Wells Fargo. Well, what if it's full? So I really don't have any. So what you're saying is I don't really have any stalls. What you're telling me is they could park there if it's empty. But if it's not empty, I really don't have it. You're not really promising anything. You're just saying that there's a parking structure over there, meaning the lease agreement doesn't mean anything. Why would I be paying for something that's just allocated and not dedicated? If anybody can use it, it makes no sense to pay for it because it's just first come, first serve. And so with any restaurateur, I mean, really for any specific use, you have to have X amount of stalls that are dedicated. The question just becomes over, how many do you have to have in order to make whatever use you have work? And there's no doubt that in downtown environments like this, like in a DT1 zone, I'm just being fully transparent, you do get economies of scale, right? Like the whole idea behind having a place like 63 or Blue Sky is that you hope that the 131 residents that we're bringing are also just going to walk downstairs rather than drive to it, right? But for my tenants, what they look at is what they say is, okay, well, what's going to happen on weekends? Or what's going to happen on weekdays during the evenings, right? Or what's going to happen during lunchtime if I have people that are driving to the location? They want to know that they at least have X amount of stalls that are there that are dedicated that they can use. And if I were to be parked at 10 per stall, assuming that all of it is restaurant, and I don't assume that all of it is restaurant, I would be at 80, right? If we think we're going to get 5,000, at least 5,500, we think we're going to get 5,500 square feet of restaurant. That's 55 stalls. Plus we have the other retail spaces that, would actually be, probably closer to what I was originally talking to Dave about was 70. And he brought me down to 56. In addition to that, we have 16 stalls that we're adding 16 new stalls to downtown. Like on our streets, on our corners, we've got 16 new stalls that we're bringing to the downtown. Now, we don't get any credit for that, and the city planning department doesn't give us any credit towards any counts or anything like that, and the city doesn't allow us to dedicate those at all because it's street parking. So it's almost like if you were to look at the net effect of the 56, we're actually bringing 16, but asking for 56, if that makes sense. Sorry, I know you guys are.
May I just quick response to that, or?
Sure, and then I've got something that I think is an important clarification.
Okay, thank you. I was just going to mention, so Wells Fargo has spots allocated there, but they're not designated for them. It's just, it's in the garage. And I think we've discussed that, even if these are just allocated, we're getting very close to the point where we may need to start managing that and not allowing the general public to park there just to meet the needs of what we've allocated.
I think that's probably inevitable, right? I mean, you have the office building that's going to take X, you've got 63 that's going to take X, and then you're going to have, that's just the nature of a parking structure, it's just not infinite. But I mean, you go to any parking structure downtown, and they're virtually all of them that have tenants that are there. They're dedicated to whatever use it is that those stalls are dedicated towards.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, I've been a little confused here because it sounded like Mr. Christensen was saying that he's been negotiating in good faith for dedicated and marked stalls. And what I've been hearing from us up to this point is it seemed like we were negotiating for allocated stalls. So I just pulled up the lease agreement, and the current draft says 55 designated and marked stalls. So that's what the current draft of the lease agreement says. So I believe Mr. Christensen is correct that is what he has been negotiating for, and it has been reflected in the drafts that he has seen and that are before us tonight.
Yeah, that's in Article 10.
David?
Yes.
We don't have 55 dedicated stalls from Wells Fargo at this point, as far as I know. We are allocated 55, but I don't know how you're going to lease stalls, numbered stalls, when we don't even have any numbered stalls at this point, to my knowledge. That's in addition to the problem of current use, future use. So there's just so many issues associated with this agreement. I don't know how we could approve it tonight.
Cliff?
Talking with our attorney here and looking at some various issues in here, yeah, it's true that in 10.1 that it talks about designated and marked spaces. It's also true that other than some apartments who park down in the basement, there really aren't any designated and marked within the building. But I do take issue with the idea that that you're leasing these at any value. I mean, at $1 a stall per year or per month, it's not really any revenue to the state. It's just buying you a right to a use for a right that has a much higher value if we were to require pay parking throughout. So there are some challenges to be met in terms of the city's obligations and the desire to attract you and your businesses to Provo, but there's got to be a balance. My guess is that if we designate 55 stalls and put signs up for, depending on what the other entities are paying for, it seems a little inequitable if you're paying $1 per stall, and yet I don't know what we're charging or what Wells Fargo or anybody else is paying.
63 doesn't generate any revenue. And again, this agreement goes back 2 years. I mean, because, and again, the whole idea was that the entire premise of this is that we are generating revenue.
Okay,
That's
and I get that. What I guess what the question is as you think about logically, once you've taken your 55 stalls and if you designate them, there's going to be a rush for everybody to want to designate theirs. And at some point, if the only way to get in there is to have designated stalls, you're still going to run into the problem of potentially people not being able to park there because there's nothing left, just because everybody's used up the allocations and designated them all and signed them off. So there's some real challenges here, and I just want to be clear that the code or the draft agreement does say designated and signed off. We had been talking about allocation at the council level because of a discomfort with the idea of designating them all the spaces, and really the inequity to the other lessees, if you will, of the site. Who, I mean, there's nothing to stop if you have designated spots from having those filled up with your employees, and then all your customers have to park in all the free spots. I mean, there's inequities that have to be addressed.
And again, I'm going to go back to this because the express intent of those 205 stalls is not to facilitate the existing development that is already done. The express intent was to promote new growth, new development, new tax revenue. That's when we began the discussion. That's when we began working on this lease. That's when I began this project. And here I am now, like literally with my permits in, waiting to pull them. And the agreement that, and again, I'm not putting this on you, but the agreement that we've been negotiating now for the past it's been well over a year. It's now the argument or the discussion is being walked back to an intent where it didn't begin. And what I'm saying is we spent an absolute fortune in a building that is going to generate revenue that is going to pay for the actual parking structure. That was the whole idea. It's like TIF financing. Right, the whole structure basically is like TIF financing. What you're saying is that, okay, we're going to take this cash and use it to pay for this parking structure, and that's how we get the stalls and promote the growth that goes on in the downtown core. That was the whole intent of doing it. And now that we're there at the end of the road, and we've got the retail, and we're bringing the property taxes, and we're bringing the retail dollars, now what I'm hearing is that, I'm sorry, it's not for new growth, it needs to be there to facilitate everybody else, or it's unfair for everybody else. The whole point of why it's there in the first place is for the new growth. And it's just hard for me at the 11th hour now to say, sorry, Mac, they're allocated, not dedicated. Well, allocated doesn't do anything. It's anybody can park there. I may as well not even pay for them.
Well, and I hear you, and I understand. What would your response to the council, though, if we've now then if you're taking a quarter of the spaces available, and because you've allocated or you've designated them all for yours, and we start having businesses that start leaving because they don't have enough spaces anymore because all the new designations have taken away their parking. Because then the question becomes, they come to the city and they say, wait a minute, I'm happy to stay here, but I've got nowhere to park. So you got to come up and give me a sweet deal like we gave you. Those are the challenges I think the council has to wrestle with.
And I understand that, but places like Los Hermanos and Light and Cafe Gurus they've got 60, 70, 80 stalls that are sitting right out in front of them that I don't have, that are literally right in their front door. I would trade a parking field in my front door for one that's half a block away any day. Any day. And that frankly is the problem with downtown. And that's why it's needed to have these type of programs in place to be able to bring people to downtown, because you have to, we talked about this, you got to educate them. You got to tell them, look, yeah, you got to walk, 150 yards and up 3 flights of stairs to your parking, but come eat here. And that's what I'm dealing with. And we're just saying, look, at least allow me to be able to put them in a valet, drive them over there so they can walk over and not have to figure everything out. And with that, it's not like the tenants who come into downtown are paying me to lease the stalls anyway. They're not. These are services that we have to provide on our dime just to be able to get a decent lease and decent people to come downtown.
I have a question for David Walter. So David, you've been working on this for quite a while?
Yeah.
And so from the beginning or the whole time it was on the premise that these would be dedicated?
So for a while, we were talking allocated. So that was what we were talking about, because we didn't have dedicated spaces except for the residents in 63 East, which they do pay a monthly, about $30 a month for the spaces. And so when we proposed the sliding scale, it was an intent to get somewhere in there so that we could start out small and allow them to grow and have the spaces. So it's not cheap to build parking spaces. It's roughly $20,000 to $25,000 a stall to build structured parking. If you have to build subterranean parking, it's even more. So the agency has participated in all of the parking structures in some way in the downtown area. We don't manage any of them directly. The Marriott Hotel manages the parking structure attached to that. We've entered into an arrangement with the owners of the Provo Town Square facility so that they can manage that parking structure. I believe we provided tax increment financing for the Zions structure to make that work, but we don't, to my knowledge, we don't have allocated spaces in the Zion structure. We do in the Wells Fargo because we helped assemble the property and we did provide parking or some sort of financing in order to get that structure up and going so that we would have spaces in the future to serve the existing businesses plus any businesses that would come in. So we've been trying to make this work for a while.
So you said originally it was allotted.
It was going to be allocated. And Mr. Christensen is saying that, look, I have to have dedicated to make this work for my tenants.
Right, so at what point did it change from allocated to designated?
It's been the dedicated stalls has been in the draft since we first started working on the draft.
I remember we were talking about allocated.
I've never, Dave may have proposed allocated, sorry, I don't want to get into an argument with you.
It's all right.
He may have proposed allocated. Knowing what I know about retail, we've always had dedicated stalls as a part of what it is that we need in order to make it.
And was it always understood that whatever you were negotiating would have to be approved by this body?
Correct. So we brought you 63 East when that was done. When 63 East transferred, we brought you the transfer back to that. So this was not something, and so, no.
Well, I'm still trying to find a solution here. I mean, I'm a little confused by, and I don't know how much I'm at liberty to say about your intentions with that space, that restaurant space, but I mean, if we're looking at a restaurant space that's also got interest in making sure that there's parking for other restaurants right there in the same area, that seems actually against that person's interest to have all 55 stalls dedicated just to your development, right? It seems like it makes more sense to say the city's got to solve the management of the parking problem in a different way than that. Do you see what I'm getting at?
I do.
I mean, because if there's already a shortage of parking for other restaurants in the area, and it's a mutual interest that those also are served, and we block out 55 stalls, and we run into the problem where they're not actually being all used, and they're not being all used very frequently. And if we had a different model for managing the parking that was actually a more efficient model, then it actually is a win-win for everybody, right? So I think that's just, so I'm just looking for that sort of middle ground of compromise, and that's why I thought of, what if we gave you 25 dedicated stalls or 30 dedicated stalls and 25 allotted stalls. And we said, and that's a 5-year agreement, and we're going to come back and reevaluate the use of those additional allotted spots to see if you've had problems, your businesses have had problems getting sufficient parking in that building as you had hoped, and that we look at, expanding that number of dedicated stalls, or we say, hey, this is actually working out pretty well. We haven't had any complaints about parking. And meanwhile, we're making better use of those allotted stalls because they're more flexible. It's just the flexibility of the position that's the problem.
David?
Go ahead.
We shouldn't be negotiating from the dais new agreements. If you want to bring a new agreement that I could support, I'm willing to look at it, but your current agreement, I certainly can't vote for it, and I think the majority of the council I'm hearing has a definite problem with it tonight, but we shouldn't be negotiating from the dais. That's not the way to do things.
You're absolutely right, George. So George Hansley's brought up an offer that I don't know. Again, we can't really do a show of hands to see who's in favor of that, because
I apologize.
That's okay. But you brought up a very good discussion, and I think it's important that if we do consider designating any number, that we talk about what floor on the parking structure, the exact location where they would be. I think it's problematic to say, well, you could put them on the top floor, because if you put them on the top floor,
Somebody will use
then that tends to cause problems, because people are just going to come in and fill in on all the lower levels and won't necessarily end up on the top. So I think we need to continue this item until we have something more agreeable. Dave Sewell.
So my thoughts on this are, we've gone a long way down the road here. I don't know what the states of the earlier drafts were, but I think it's pretty clear that Mr. Christensen has been saying all along that he wanted and needed the dedicated stalls. So I'm inclined to, if the majority approved, to support the agreement as written, although I would be open to the kind of idea that Mr. Hanley suggested as well, if that would work. I think if we can't, or are not able to sort of honor the agreement that's been worked out, then we may need to look at allowing Mr. Christensen to do something a little different that wouldn't require the parking. We'd have to be prepared, I think, to lose the restaurant and that part of the deal. That's kind of my thoughts.
Gary.
I appreciate what has been written, And this is not a deal. This is not a firm deal. And I think somebody's made some mistakes. There've been assumptions made. I hear you two talking about different things. We have no deal until it's approved by the council. And so at this point, I am not ready to dedicate. I'm just not comfortable with it because of my experience, and I see dedication as such an effective tool for us to handle property. So, parking issues. So I'm not ready to vote for this. I need something more.
Okay.
And I apologize that you have gone so long on this without a deal, making assumptions, but I'm not sure that I don't know that you can blame the council or a redevelopment for your assumptions. I'm pretty blunt there.
So we have been talking about providing spaces for his commercial tenants.
Right.
And so we have long, we'd long assumed that they were going to be parking somewhere in the structure.
Right.
So, I mean,
Okay, you have a comment?
Yes.
Oh, Gary.
Go ahead, Gary.
Thank you. I'm obviously a newcomer and just filling in for Brian. But one of the things that's a little bit unclear to me, and this is a question for Mr. Walter, in the course of the discussion, is, so for 63, we've dedicated specific stalls in the past, right? We had a question earlier about where are the RDA spaces in the facility?
I don't have, I do not have.
Well, so that's kind of my question. Well, the first question is, what's the ratio? How large is the structure compared to how many spots?
We have a little less than half the spaces. I believe there are 548, and we have 204 that we.
4 of those, okay. But we don't know which of those.
No.
Okay. So
None of the documentation that I've seen
to
says
this
these are
point.
the 204 spaces.
But we're able to get that. I think that's an important predicate question, because this goes to Mr. Stewart's earlier point. If we're unable to get that in our current agreement, why are we talking about this? Are we able to get that, I guess, is the question. Is the city able to do that? I think that would help the board in moving forward with this issue.
I can try again to get that information. So in reviewing the documentation that I've seen, we obtained the 204 spaces when it went through receivership. And we got those through a court-appointed, there was a court-appointed receiver, and then we got the allocation and the bankruptcy proceeding and gave us the 204 spaces. I don't remember ever seeing a map that said these spaces on levels 2, 3, and 4 are the agencies.
The issue I'm trying to resolve is, before the board would enter into a lease saying it's these 55, I think we need to be sure that we can say it's these 55.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? And for that reason, I think the board can take whatever action it sees fit, but as I've sat here and listened, that seems to be a pretty significant issue to me, because the board should not, and I would say is my legal advice, should not contract into a lease if we're agreeing to do something that we don't have the authority to do in the first place. Does that make sense?
Makes sense.
But I do think that if that is an unknown to me. I think if whatever agreement we have out there says we can dedicate specific, I have a little bit of incongruity, because it sounds like we've done it before.
We
We've
have
had other projects. So
63 East.
maybe that's a bad assumption on my part, but just one issue that was brought up I wanted to highlight. Thank you.
Dave?
So I believe how it happened is that we received the 204, 205.
204.
204. So we received the 204, but it was an allocation. None of them were specifically dedicated. But when we entered into the agreement with 63 East, it was presented that they would be designated, and as long as all the interests in the garage agree to that, then these allocated spots, is it 55 of them as well for 63? So 55 of these allotted stalls become designated because all parties agree to that. And so I imagine that if we were to go forward with a designation, we would need permission from everyone which I believe is one of the reasons why this isn't even a agreement. This is a proposed agreement because we haven't even been able to.
We have not heard from the attorney representing Mr. Lambert.
So let me, with that background, thank you. I would add one more thing. That makes it sound like there are a few contingencies that we need to have in the lease before the board should consider it.
And you're saying that the rest of the stalls are controlled by?
So the court-appointed receiver is Mr. Duncan Lambert from CBRE. It's represented by a law firm in Salt Lake.
And that's who we dealt with before on 63 East?
Yeah. The gentleman's name was Michael Allen. He has subsequently retired from Ballard Spahr, which is the law firm, and we've been trying to work through who has that caseload and who's going to be able to authorize this. So the agreement was done in order to help Mr. Christensen obtain his financing and his permits to get started while we were trying to get everything squared away. I believe the resolution gave the chief executive officer the authority to make minor changes to it, but some of the changes that have been discussed tonight would exceed that authority, so we would need to come back.
So before we come back and have something to discuss, I would think it would be appropriate that we've had some discussion and agreement or understanding with the other party that is owner of the structure. You would agree, Gary?
I would, and given what Mr. Walter just said, I think it might be appropriate tonight to give the, what's she called when she's RDA? The mayor, who's not the mayor for purposes of this, but the discretion to negotiate that, to bring something back that could be acted on. CEO of the RDA, thank you.
Okay, do we have, well, we can't go for a motion or anything because we haven't opened it up to the public. So,
Yeah.
I would propose we hear from the public. If there's anyone here that would like to address this issue and tell us what we should be doing, we really would love some comments.
I do use downtown a lot, this restaurants down here a lot. Communal is just across the way from Wells Fargo. And then the new delicious pizza restaurant beside Fleur. I can't remember what it's called. They're directly, yes, it's delicious. They're directly across from Wells Fargo. I agree with the sentiment of what's being asked here. However, I strongly believe that a lot of the restaurant owners and business owners are going to say, well, what about me? I've been here for 5 years, 10 years, 1 year. Why haven't I got allocated, designated, whatever term is going to be finally used? So that would be my concern, is the equity of it all. Thank you.
Oh, we need your name.
Oh, my name? Okay, it's long. Patricia, and then the last name is McKenna-Clark. I like my maiden name.
Do we have anyone else?
I'm here for another reason, but I actually own property down here in downtown. I own the antique shop, 168 West Center Street. And as a business that has been in that location for 17 years and hearing all my neighbors complain about parking, I really think that it's a management problem. Because there's been many, many times, now I am definitely, shall we call it a destination business. I do not rely upon, somebody making a quick decision to go in and shop or anything like that. That is not my customer base. But the only time that we really ever have complaints of parking is during lunch times when it is busy, and it's simply because, frankly, our clients are really lazy. These are the same people who, they complain about they can't come to the parking or can't find parking, but if there is a parking spot and literally it's a block away, but it happens to be right in front of Target, that's convenient to their mind. And so I believe I've seen some success when there has been parking enforcement out there.
People are very aware of that. I've had people that have come into my shop and are aware, oh, I've been there for an hour, I need to figure out what else to do. And so that is a big issue, and I have to agree with the developer. I believe that he's trying to make sure that he takes care of these concerns with even other restaurants by offering to say, hey, you know, this is great, you guys could have parking too, but we're paying for a valet service. Are you willing to do that? I believe that the city has this, and we're not really utilizing it because of management. And anyway, that's not what I came to talk to you about, but because I own a building in downtown, and I'm not necessarily always going to be there, but I own it, I wanted to address that because I've heard about it for the last decade.
Your name too.
Oh, yeah, my name is Glenn Rollins.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing no other public input, I bring this back to the council for a motion. Do we want to continue this? Gary?
I feel that I have too many questions at this point with regard to designation, with regard to allocation. And again, okay, I really do want this to go through, and I just struggle with dedicating it. And so, and I understand you want it, and your tenants want it, but I don't know that we have it. And so that becomes the issue for me. I have a few buildings that I want more parking, and if I want it, I've got to go get it. And you're trying to get it, but you're trying to get it, I think, at the expense of a few other things that I value down in downtown also. So I would like some further discussion. I am ready to make a motion that we continue this, in addition to having the opportunity to find out what we really have as far as the number of stalls, where we can put them. I think there's just too many questions for me right now.
George?
I'd like to have an up and down vote on the whole concept of allocating 55, whether dedicated or allocated or whatever, to a single developer. So I would like to vote on this, on what we have, and if there's, because they can always bring back another agreement.
Are you proposing, so I mean, it seems like to me, it matters a great deal whether it's allocated or dedicated, so I don't know, are we saying it doesn't matter in the vote?
What I'm saying, I think we need to vote on this development with this agreement with dedicated parking to find out if we have support for it. If we don't, then let redevelopment bring us a new agreement. I don't think continuing this agreement makes any sense. And there's no reason to not vote up and down on this one, because they can always bring back another agreement.
I see.
Does that cause scheduling difficulties if we vote this down versus continue it hoping for a different agreement?
Either way, the next time you would address it is at the July 9th meeting. And you could, if you desired, if you were ready, if the parties were ready to bring an agreement to you, you could still expedite it somewhat by bringing it to the work meeting and to the regular meeting on the 9th of July. So that's 3 weeks out.
And I would say one thing we have to know is that the other party that has a controlling interest, because what we have less than 50% of the spaces, if the other party doesn't agree to this, it's not going to happen, no matter what we think is an equitable solution, whether it's 55 dedicated, 30 dedicated, or 1 dedicated. If they say they don't want to dedicate anymore, then it doesn't happen. So I'm concerned about that.
By the other party, do you mean the owner of the building, of the parking garage?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think for that reason, and because there's still a lingering question about the 80 stalls that may or may not be available, I I would prefer to continue rather than vote up or down, because if I knew that there were 80 stalls that were unallocated, I think that would change my feeling about this. So that would be my preference.
And I probably support George. I think the agreement we have before us, we can vote on, and it's going to take a new agreement anyway with whatever terms it includes. And so I'd like to start with the clean agreement, and go forward. So to vote now and then look for another agreement.
Okay, so if we have a motion and apparently a second to have a vote up or down right now, does that sound appropriate?
It's up to you. You're the chair.
Just for procedure, it sounded like we had a motion to continue. It almost sounded like a
Substitute.
second, and then a
Substitute motion.
substitute.
Yes.
The second on the substitute.
So do we go with the substitute first? Yep.
Is this really a substitute, or is it the implied motion? The implied motion we have?
It sounded to me like there was a motion initially to, the substitute motion would have been just to table this or continue it for a week. I mean, either way, and then the substitute to that was, I'd rather just vote on up and down. And so you're back to if you vote to accept the substitute motion, then you can vote an up and down. If you vote against the substitute motion, you're back to the question of continuing it.
Okay. All in favor of, yes.
Can I, some discussion on the
Sure.
substitute motion to vote now. Let me say that, there are times where we, being the council and we being the city generally, are criticized for making it difficult on developers, for changing the goalposts in the middle of the process and whatnot. And I think this is an example of that, and I think we need to be cognizant of that. And I'll apologize to Mr. Christensen now for that. And perhaps we can take a look with the RDA and kind of do a bit of a postmortem and try to figure out what could we have done better, so we didn't put Mr. Christensen in this spot and didn't put the council in the spot. At the same time, I don't feel ready to approve the agreement as it's being presented to us. And I look to the mayor and see, I think this is being brought to a head because we need to fix parking downtown. And, it's always been kind of something that I've been wanting to address, but this has really brought it to the forefront. And I really think it's in the best interest of Provo City if we address downtown parking. And so I'm hoping that the administration and the council can work together and really, find solutions that work, because I think we are holding back our business owners, our property owners, and holding back downtown Provo because of our parking.
So that being said, what are your feelings about continuing versus up and down?
I believe my preference would be, I'm not certain I see that much difference between the two, but I think continuation, unless someone wants to convince me otherwise, I think continuation will be a better signal that we want to work expeditiously with this developer, find a solution, even if it's an interim solution, but find something that can allow him to move forward as quickly as possible. So right now I prefer continuation.
Okay. Gary, then Dave?
At this point, I will not support dedication of 55 stalls or 56 stalls. I just can't do that. But I do agree with the message that can be sent. Yeah, let's work some more through this. So I'm willing to continue it, but I want you to know that if you come back, we continue it, and you come back and say that I want 56 dedicated stalls, I'm not going to vote for that.
Great. Dave?
So I'm stretching my memory a little bit here, but I think the second motion is equivalent to calling the question, because we had a motion and a second, and then the second motion was basically asking to go back to the original. And I think that requires a supermajority, if my memory serves me correctly, to to
go
cut
back
off
to the
debate
original motion.
and call, and force a vote on the original question. Yeah.
Okay, so we are then going to vote on what's before us, up or down.
Well, whether to call the question, and if a supermajority, if I'm remembering this right, if 5 or more vote to call the question, then we would vote on the original implied motion.
Okay,
And
so do,
if less than 5 vote in favor, then we would be back to the motion and second that was made.
Of the continuation.
Yeah.
Right.
so are we just going to hold a vote and see if we have 5 then?
I think that's
The supermajority, what he's talking about is that you're essentially voting to vote on that question up there versus the continuation question. If you,
Right.
if you defeat it, you go back to the continuation question.
Okay. Dave, comment?
Just so we're voting on whether or not to call the question.
Just on that. Okay, so all in favor of calling the question? We have George Stewart in favor, and Kay Van Buren in favor, and the rest opposed.
I'm opposed, yes.
Okay,
Did you better ask for an opposed vote, just in case somebody does not want to vote?
okay. All those opposed? All right, so
Back to the continuation motion.
we will now vote to see if we are going to continue this item until
July 9.
July 9th. All in favor of continuing? And it's unanimous. Thank you. If there's no objection, we will now adjourn as the Redevelopment Agency of Provo and reconvene as the Municipal Council of Provo by unanimous consent.
Thank you, Mr. Connect.
Okay.
Item 10 is an applied motion on a resolution appropriating $139,530 from the general fund in the Fire Department General Fund for the purchase of a temporary apparatus facility during the relocation of Fire Station 2, applying to the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2019. This will be presented by our our Fire Chief, Chief James Miguel, and take it away.
Chair Harding, members of the City Council, thank you so much for your time here tonight. We are here seeking a general fund appropriation of a little over $139,000 to purchase a 40 by 70 membrane apparatus storage structure. The structure is designed, it's got a structure life of 25 years, it's got a membrane life of 15 years, and the purpose of this is actually twofold. The first purpose of this would be the temporary housing for the apparatus bay at Fire Station Number 2 up on Canyon Road. In this structure for the 10 or 11 months that we are rebuilding Fire Station Number 2, we will store the fire engine that responds to that area, the medic ambulance that responds to that area, the brush truck, especially during the brush fire season that we will be entering into, or actually are entered into, and then all of our mountain rescue equipment. All of this stuff is currently stored at the existing Fire Station Number 2, and will be moved to the temporary structure to keep it very close to the area that it serves. The second, here are some photos of what we're talking about. This structure on the left is actually a little bit bigger than the one we're proposing, but it will have 2 apparatus bay doors. Also, the one that we're proposing, because of our climate, the one that we're proposing will be a little different than the one on the right. It will be insulated, and will have an interior membrane that will provide the appropriate R coverage or R value, so that the apparatus and the firefighters and everything in there will be cared for. Following this building's use at Fire Station Number 2, we will be utilizing this facility for apparatus storage and maintenance storage near the fleet yard, and also a surplus holding area for fleet while work is being done. We currently, ever since I've been here, we've had a logistics problem with being able to move apparatus out to the fleet yard. They start to work on it or maybe realize that they need parts to fix it, and it either has to be stored outside, which is certainly not our preference, or it needs to take up important space where the mechanics are working. And so we really don't have a good option for that right now. So we're proposing that upon completion of our fire station, we would disassemble this. It would be taken to an area near the fleet building and reassembled there for a long-term apparatus storage facility. I'm not getting my next slide, which means I'll typically get 3 in a row. Hannah, can I ask you to advance this one? I'm not getting. There we go. So when we were looking at the purchase or at the use of a temporary structure for our apparatus bay, we looked at a company that actually provided rentals. The company that we're ultimately dealing with does not provide a rental due to the way that the facilities are constructed. One is very much a building block type structure where the building is built in 15-foot increments with 15-foot membranes, and you can buy them as wide or as long as you'd like to buy them. In order for us to do that, the cost of the one that we were looking for was $68,000 to rent that for the period of time that we needed. The one that we are proposing is a little bit more of a custom-made facility. It has the structure is a little bit more custom-made, and then the actual membrane is completely custom-made. It'll be one membrane that'll fit over the entire structure. The cost of the building blocks one, and keep in mind that's kind of the state of the art. It's the best you can get. And the cost of actually putting that up and actually having the people come out and put that up is $65,000. The cost to having the purchased structure put up is $37,500. The total cost of the rental would be $133,000. The total cost of the purchase would be $139,530. Seemed like a very simple decision for us. The reason that we are here seeking the general fund appropriation is because the bond said nothing about the purchase of another building for another purpose. So we felt like it would be the right thing to do to come to council and to get the allocation. We anticipate that the building will last us 15 to 20 years. So the most that we should probably expect out of the bond is 1/15th or 1/20th of the cost of this structure while we use it at the Station 2 site, and then we relocate it and continue to use it for our general fund purposes of apparatus storage and maintenance storage, and that for the remainder of its life. We anticipate that actually we have the bid, and the bid to actually disassemble it and move it is $40,000. We have the ability to secure that price, but with an understanding that we would not be doing that for approximately a year, and we would likely then come back to the council and ask for some of our wildland revenue that we get every year to actually make that move of the building, so that we would not be tapping into the general fund for additional money to actually put that building in its long-term space. Are there any questions? We talked a lot about this in work session, but if you have any questions, I'd certainly be happy to answer them.
Any questions for Chief Miguel?
Timing, I look forward to that thing going up there so that we can get going on the other thing.
Yeah, so I will say that and one of the reasons, and we've actually been dealing with this company, one of the reasons this company is so appropriate to use is that the other company was 6 to 8 weeks in manufacturing, and then it was a 19-day construction period, that actually was really pushing our timeline. This is a 4-week preparation time. It'll be delivered and it will be installed in 5 days. We anticipate that we will be moved in both to our living quarters and to this. We anticipate that that will take place by August 15th. Shortly thereafter, the abatement will take place. The asbestos and lead abatement will take place at our current fire station. It will be torn down, and the plan is that we would be back in about 10 months to celebrate a ribbon cutting. And I hope you've had the opportunity to see the renderings of the new fire station. We held an open house the other night. It was extremely well attended, and it was attended to rave reviews. I think they really liked the design, really liked the iconic look that will be there in its current site. So we are excited about that also.
Chief, since you're up there, you mentioned that some of this would be funded by the wildfire fighting. Could you there's a number of residents here tonight, would you just do a short explanation of what that is?
You bet. So last summer, the Provo Fire and Rescue, we responded to 21 different major wildland fires in 5 different states. When we do that, there is a reimbursement that comes to us for our time. It is a federal rate. The only rate that is different than that is the rate when we go to California. We charge them a little bit more, I guess, just because we should. They actually, their labor rates are higher. They have a standard rate. I apologize. They have a standard rate because their labor rates in California are higher. It'd be a funnier joke if everybody knew that's where I came from. So we actually are reimbursed more than we spend in our response. We take the reimbursements, we refund the general fund, refund our budget of all those expenses that we had while we were gone, and then there is a delta. Last year's delta was a little over $200,000 that we had, much of which the council allowed us to reinvest in the fire department, and we're very grateful for that. We anticipate that we will, hopefully we will not have a similar season, but we do not think we will escape leaving the state and participating somewhere in the western United States in the wildland season.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief. We will open this for public hearing. Would anyone like to speak to this item? Seeing none, we will close the public hearing. Is there? Oh, yes, please.
Sorry, I couldn't get out of there fast enough. Bonnie Morrow, North 10th View Neighborhood Chair. I'm also up here representing Marion Monahan, Edgemont neighborhood. The fire department is located in the Edgemont neighborhood. The temporary station will be located in North 10th View neighborhood in the future park on Canyon Road. The fire chief has been extremely helpful, and he wrote a letter to the neighbors. We disseminated that letter, and they were very excited and was well attended for the open house. And I'm here to report that both neighborhoods are extremely pleased and look forward to having that dangerous fire department rebuilt. And we are more than willing and ready to have that temporary building in North 10th View to help facilitate this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Morrow. Any other public comment? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Is there any discussion among the City Council? Seeing none, I will call for a vote on the implied motion. Those in favor? It's unanimous. Item 11 is a resolution appropriating $60,000 from the general fund and the airport fund for personnel and operating costs applying to the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2019. This will be presented by Mr. Jimmy McKnight, Financial Analyst for Public Works.
Thank you. So I'm here to discuss an appropriation in the airport fund.
I have been working with the council staff to correct an error to the resolution that shows the appropriation coming from the general fund balance. Our intention is to fund this from the airport fund using revenues above budget that we've received this year from parking and airport landing fees. So I think before you see the revised resolution that shows that when those revenues come in above budget, that is reflected in the fund balance, and we're proposing that be appropriated here for this purpose. To the $60,000 is to cover $30,000 in personnel expenses due to overtime. We're required to have a city staff member at all takeoffs and commercial takeoff and landings, and in order to do that, it requires overtime when planes come in outside of city hours. We also have had several unexpected expenses this year for higher than expected maintenance costs due to our snow removal and landscaping contracts, some property appraisals and environmental clearances, and some repair to fiber that was unintentionally cut. And so I guess that I just wanted to clarify that this would be coming from the airport fund balance, not from the general fund. And I'll take any questions if you have them.
Thank you, Mr. McKnight. This being an appropriation is also a public hearing, which we will open now. Come forward if you'd like to speak to this. Seeing none, we will close the public hearing, bring it back to the council for any discussion. Mr. Sewell.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we correct the implied motion draft to reflect the recommended corrections that have been shown to us on the screen.
Thank you, Mr. Sewell. Is there a second? Mr. Winterton seconds. Any discussion on this motion to substitute? See none, I'll call for a vote on the motion to substitute. All in favor? Okay. Do we have any discussion on the new implied motion? Seeing none, I will call for a vote on the motion to approve this resolution as amended. All in favor? That's unanimous. Item 12 is a resolution accepting or denying an annexation petition for further consideration for approximately 2.55 acres of property generally located at the 1860 South and Colorado Avenue. This is in the East Bay neighborhood and will be presented by Mr. Brian Maxfield, Provo City Planner.
Thank you. We reviewed this at the work meeting. It's about 2.5 acres. As you can see, the location there at 860 South, it's next to the Western Metals recycling operation that's there. It does include one property and one owner, so we can verify that there is over 51% of the ownership and a third of the assessed value. And tonight's action would be merely accepting the petition. It's not approval of the annexation, but really allowing it to go forward at this point. Any questions?
So we talked about the approved annexation, and we talked about that this would go in at the lowest density or the lowest level of what would the zone be here?
The general plan is industrial, so it'd be an industrial zone.
It would be, there's no level in an industrial, so it's just, it'd be level of industrial.
Right.
And that's...
Which allows them to do their proposed use, and so they wouldn't really need to be, you could put the zoning on with the annexation, so they wouldn't need to come back to rezone the property later on.
So is that M1? Is that M1, M2?
M2 is the one directly above it. That darker, I apologize, I've got a pointer here. This is M2 in through here. This is the public facilities, the PIC zone, and you can see where those are. This lighter gray area is the area that's not in the city yet.
So then it would come into the city with general plan designation is M1?
M1 or M2, just because it's, again, the general plan is industrial, it's more of a general category.
Okay.
And, we could have discussions whether or not that is still the lowest. In a certain interpretation, a lower one would actually be M2. Because that's the heaviest one would be, I don't know, you can argue either way.
Yeah, so usually the one that has the highest and most impact is not given. It's
Right, M1 would be more controlled, that's why I think.
M1 would, be more appropriate.
Any other questions or comments? Thank you, Mr. Maxfield. Do we have the petitioner, Mr. Spencer Wright, with us this evening? All right, do we have the neighborhood chair? And I messed up with his name last time, Mr. Greg Dehanens? If he is not here, then we will open this item generally to the public. Is there any comment on this item? See no comment, we will close public comment and discuss it as a council. Mr. Connect, it's getting late.
Hey, I'm one of the Daves. So when we bring property into the city, we do have expectations and or responsibilities. We have to provide certain services, and in this case, it would appear that those services are available. It's not going to cost the city a lot of money to buy up UPNL lines and transfer electric or anything like that. And the reason I mention that is the long-term financial impact on the city is an important factor when you annex property. Remember when we did the property in Northwest Provo that included Kirkham Motors, that was initiated by someone who wanted to develop residential and could do so in the county, but could do so at a higher density in Provo City. So it was to their advantage to get annexed into Provo and be able to put in more units. But economically, if you weigh all the costs to the city, it cost us a lot of money to bring that piece in and transfer all the services from the county into Provo. And depending on how much, I think Broadview Shores, when we brought that in, there was a thing in the development agreement that obligated us for services that cost us millions. So you always have to look at that because everything we do has financial implications, especially with land use. And I think this one's a positive for the city. It's going to take what was pasture land and turn it into something that's productive and bring some money into the city and have very few police or fire calls.
Thank you, Mr. Connect. Any other discussion? So let me remind the council that this is an annexation petition. We're not going to be voting on the annexation itself, basically just whether or not we're accepting this petition so that we can further consider this land for annexation. We do not have an implied motion on this. We will need a motion to either accept the annexation petition or deny the annexation petition. Mr. Sewell?
I'd like to make a motion that we accept the annexation petition.
Thank you, Mr. Sewell. Seconded by Mr. Handley. Any discussion on this motion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you. Item 13 is an ordinance, an implied motion on an ordinance amending Provo City Code to correct and update Title 10 Water Resources. I imagine this is why everyone is here tonight. We will have Mr. Calder, or Mr. Decker, our Public Works Director present this item.
Thank you, Chair Harding, and I'll try to be brief on this important item. Gary Calder covered this. He is, as you know, he's our Water and Wastewater Division Director, and he's covered it twice with the council in a work session. And we are making some recommendations to Title, some corrections to Title 10 in 3 sections, Section 2, 3, and 4. Section 2 relates to culinary water, Section 3 relates to wastewater, and Section 4 is the section that is called pre-treatment. And I think he detailed the information pretty carefully for the council. We're happy to show the corrections, and if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer any questions from the council or from the public.
Thank you, Mr. Decker. Are there any questions for Mr. Decker? Okay. Seeing none, we will open this item for public comment. Would anyone like to address this item? Seeing none, we will close public comment and bring it back for discussion. Any discussion among the council? Seeing none, I will call for a vote on the implied motion. All in favor? And that is passed unanimously. Item 14 is an ordinance amending Provo City Code to make modifications to parking enforcement fines and activities. This will be presented by Mr. Laramie Gonzalez, Customer Service Department.
Hannah, can you load that? Okay. Good evening. My name is Laramie Gonzalez. I'm with Provo's 311 Customer Service Department. I think all of you are aware that parking enforcement is a function under customer service. I'm just not sure if everyone here is aware that parking enforcement is under customer service. So that's why I'm bringing this issue to you tonight. We're here to propose a new parking enforcement fee structure change. And let me just give you a quick overview of what our operation actually consists of. Currently, we have 8 officers that are all part-time. We have a variety of shifts that they cover just because of the need and the flexibility of the routes, the time of year, holidays, game time, all that kind of stuff. So they're all over all the time. We have a couple areas of permitted parking in the city. We have a special area of concern with the Joaquin neighborhood. We have the downtown parking that we enforce, tree streets, time parking in the airport, and we also mark abandoned vehicles. The reason why we're here tonight is we're proposing a new fee structure for a few reasons here. The first reason, there was a new law that was passed last year that takes effect July 1st of this year. We have some parking enforcement operations growth. We've had some growth over the last few years, and we have some significant growth coming up. Some parking needs that have been outlined as far as future needs and even in the strategic parking management plan. And lastly, we've not visited the Provo City's parking violation code in over 10 years, and the fees themselves have not been modified for even longer than that. So we're hoping to kill quite a few birds with one stone with this proposal. The first one, as I mentioned, that new legislation that passed, this is probably one of the most important ones here, takes effect July 1st. It's House Bill 336, modifies the assessment of late fees for parking violations. The new law does not allow for the accumulation of late fees to total more than 25% of the original fee. I took a little snip of the actual law that was passed right there, and I'll just read it really quick. An individual assessed a parking citation, civil citation, or administrative fine may not be charged, 1, by the original jurisdiction that imposes the fine, late fees, and interest in the aggregate that are more than 25% of the initial fine amount, and 2, by a court, interest in the aggregate that is more than 25% of the initial fine amount, Section 4, as stated there. So that being said, our current Provo City Code is non-compliant. Currently, our code states that if you pay within the first 5 days That's an on-time payment. 6 to 10, it's late, and that late fee is double the amount of the original fee. From 11 to 15 days, it's triple the amount. So under the new law, we can only go to 25% late fee. So that's the first one. As we've talked about quite a bit today and even tonight, the growth and the needs for parking enforcement. Parking enforcement operational needs have grown to meet the demand of parking availability and enforcement as requested by our residents and business owners. I think tonight was a prime example of the previous discussion items, that parking enforcement is one of those critical components of making parking available and making it fair for everyone. There's some future things outlined in the management plan, but on top of that, we also have some proposed budget increases for this year, and not just this year, but the next 5 years. And the goal of that is to impose a new fee structure that includes a 25% in revenue to meet those operational budgeted needs that we've proposed in this year's budget and for the next 5 years. So some of those things are, we've added a full-time parking enforcement position. We have a vehicle for that person that budgeted. There are a couple LPRs, they're license plate readers that go on our vehicles out there that help keep track of that timed parking, and fuel and other things that are all wrapped up into that. It's about $175,000 of increased budget needs that, if we can kind of divvy that out over the next 5 years, that equates to about a 25% in needed revenue from year to year. So some goals that we tried to meet in outlining the new fee structure. We need to revise the current rate structure to follow the new law by eliminating the old fee assessment. The new fee that we're proposing creates an incentive to pay on time by allowing for a discount and for a discount for other things as well. But to pay on time rather than the hefty late penalty that we currently have in our code, the late fee of double and triple. So a little bit of a different model there, but trying to stay within the law. That's the way we're going with that one. And of course, the last goal is just to increase the fees to the point that we can cover that 25% increase in our operation budget and kind of stay revenue neutral, where we can meet those needs and go from there. So the actual proposed fee that we are proposing, I'll just give you some general information here as how we got to that, how we get to this number. The majority of our citations are $25 and $30. 60% of all of our violation fees are $30. 30% of them are $25, and 10% are other. 30% of the past due violations will have paid the penalty of double the fee. So they're currently past that 5-day window, and they do pay that double the amount. 5% of that 30 will have paid the triple the amount. And of course, we want to stay comparable to other cities and cities that have a similar demographic as ours, as well as BYU, which ours is about $60 per parking fee. So our fee that we're proposing, fee change tonight, was to change the typical fee of $30 to $55, and allow a $15 discount if paid early. And all of those late payments would be the allowed 25% late fee. What I've put up here is the first chart is our current fee structure. And you can see in the yellow, I'm hoping everyone can see that, the majority of our fees are $25 and $30. And you can see that if they're paid within 5 days, it's just that fee. If they're paid within 11 days, it was double, so most of them are $55 and $50 and $60. And then after 16 days, within 15 days, they're triple, and after 16, they're delinquent. The new fee table, the language in the code has been changed to consolidate all of those fees rather than have them individually line itemed with the associated fee. We just combine them all into the third fee there. It says all regulations listed in subsection 2. They'll all now become $55. What's interesting to note right here is, well, there's an error on this chart as well. If paid on time, we've now extended that on-time time frame. It was 1 to 5 days, now it's 1 to 10, because we're eliminating that 5 to 11 days where the original fee was due, was considered late and was double. So now on time is 1 to 10 days, and 11 to 15 days is considered late, and that's when you get assessed the 25% late fee. And then, same as before, after 16 days, it's considered delinquent. One thing that was brought up in work session today was a comment about potentially eliminating any discount and going with just this is what the fee is, and if it's late, this is what it is. And in trying to calculate that out, one thing that's interesting to note here is we got to this calculation of 55 by historically the people that have paid on time. 70% of those violators pay on time and take advantage of that on-time payment to avoid the double the fee. So the only thing that's not accounted for in that 2 rate structure are those people that would not normally, that are in the 5 to 11 days that wouldn't normally take advantage of the discount, but would be paying the full amount of the fee. So by the time I add that to the already discounted rate of $40, it comes to about $42. So the $42 amount would be, if we had no discount, it was just $42, and then the late fee after the 11th day would be the 25%. What's interesting to note on that one is since we've extended the time that they can pay on time from 5 days to 10 days, normally those people that would have paid a late fee in the 6 to 10 day time frame, they would have paid a $50 or a $60 citation fee. Under that scenario, if we eliminate all the discounts and they just paid a $42 fee, they will be paying less with that $42 in that 10-day time frame than they would have under the old scenario of paying the late fee from the 5 to 11 days. So, does that make sense? Do we have any questions?
Simple question, probably, Laramie, but what's the incentive in your office to offer the discount? Does it save you doing some extra paperwork, follow through, or is there what's the motivation for the discount?
Just to get them to pay in general. Sometimes if we offer a discount, people are more likely to come in and say, I need to take care of this right away to take advantage of that discount. Taking away the discount altogether, they're going to get a late fee. But if they was going to get a late fee before, they just wouldn't normally pay it. So, and then to avoid going to collections, which collections in itself is, we do have a collections person that does work for Provo and follows up on the collection efforts, as well as it's called Charrington Firm, our outside entity that helps us do that collection effort.
Thanks.
Just a quick clarification question. On the chart, it said under 11 days is $55, or within 11 days. And then for the late fee, it says within 15 days. Isn't that really 12 or more days?
Yeah, that's I noted that the 15 days really should say 11 right there.
Should say what?
It should say 11. There's an error on this particular chart.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Just on the payment of those, can you mail that in? And is it done by the postmark if you mail it in like your taxes, or do you have to do it over the phone or bring it in personally?
They can mail it in.
So is it the 5 days based on postmark then?
That's a good question. I have with me Sandy Bugio. She's our parking enforcement manager, so can you offer some insight on that?
Great. Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. We will now open this item to the public for comment. Seeing no comment, we'll bring it back to the council for discussion. Mr. Sewell.
So, in my mind, the difference between a late fee and an early discount is mostly a matter of semantics. You're just trying to incentivize someone to pay earlier. I feel like with the currently proposed structure, as has been mentioned, I feel like we're kind of skirting the intent of the state law, in my opinion, which is to limit the amount of the late fee to 25%. If I'm a citizen and I'm aware that I can pay $40 by paying within 5 days, and then if I don't open my mail or I'm gone that week and I end up paying the $55, I've effectively, in my mind, I've effectively paid a 37.5% late fee for not getting it in that first 5 days. And then if I'm out of town 2 weeks or I'm busy or forget or whatever and I don't get it within the 11 days and I pay the $68.75, then that's, to me, that's like a 71.9% late fee on the original fee. So my proposal would just be to have the 2 tiers. If $55 is a fair and reasonable fee for someone that pays between 6 and 10 days, I think it's a fair and reasonable fee to pay in less than 5 days as well. So I would even be okay with just eliminating the early pay discount and having $55 be the standard fee and the $68.75 be the late fee. It'd be simpler. We wouldn't have to worry about whether we're following the intent of the state statute, because we clearly would be, and we'd have more revenue for staffing and enforcement, which we all know is a very, very important need. There could be potentially other numbers that would work, but for that main fee, as you mentioned, but if we've already established that we're willing to advertise and publish $55 as the fee, then I'm okay with that being the main fee as well.
Thank you, Mr. Sewell.
What was not evident, and I don't know if we know this, when something is discussed on the state level, there's always a sponsor, there's a reason, there's discussion. Things usually don't happen on the state level unless some municipality has crossed a line where they feel they need to step in. I'm just kind of curious, who was it? What circumstance provoked this new law by the state? And for that matter, was it us? And who sponsored the legislation? And I would be curious if the person that sponsored that legislation would be inclined to have a heartburn with this legislation. I mean, the last thing you'd want is to pass something that ends up back in the state.
I can answer that question partly. The chief sponsor of that House bill was Daniel McKay, and the Senate sponsor was Howard Stevenson. And I obviously don't know the discussion that brought this change about. And of course, there's really nothing mentioned in the House bill itself. But
While you're there, I believe you mentioned earlier that other cities have implemented a similar structure to what's being proposed here with a 25% late fee, but also an early pay discount. Did I hear you correctly?
right, and that's the discussion amongst other cities of how to create that incentive, where because most, I won't say most cities, there are a number of cities that were doing the same thing we were. But in contacting those cities and asking them, how do you plan on creating that incentive to get them to pay that fine? They all answered the same way. I don't know, what are you doing? Because this is a new thing for everyone, so I'm not sure what they're proposing.
I think of the problems that we have in our parking, and most of the places that we do this are probably the downtown area. Is this where we give most of our tickets for where do we give most of our parking tickets?
All over.
All over? So is that based on abandoned cars, or where is it based on? I just think parking is such a challenge here for us. If somebody makes a mistake or just, I lost track of time once or twice, I hate to penalize them really steep, but $40, $40, maybe I'll remember next time that I better look at my watch. And I don't know. I'm comfortable with what we've got right here.
There are a variety of reasons as to why we write a citation, and the situation is different everywhere you go. So if it's a permitted area, of course, giving those individuals that have a permit to park at their own home, that becomes a problem when those neighborhoods get inundated, and it could be for a number of reasons. But that's much different than the time parking downtown when somebody's parked in front of a business for an extended period of time and doesn't give other patrons opportunities to frequent those businesses. Different than the parking issues we have down at the airport. So there's a myriad of issues there. One other thing that I did not mention here was in the actual code amendment, there's also a clause in there that allows for our parking enforcement manager, in hearing those cases, to use her discretion, that or the director, on giving a discount for a number of things, whether it be a first-time offender or other things like that, that we really don't want to create an enemy with our citizens out there and our visitors to our businesses. So
I'm kind of persuaded by Mr. Sewell's discussion of that, and I'm wondering if we did the just 2 fees and as opposed to the 3. I mean, do we need to go back and recalibrate what's a reasonable fee to cover our costs? I mean, I guess I'm wondering if we had the 3-tier system in place, I don't know if we know, right, until we implement it, how many people are going to actually pay the 40 instead of the 55. So it seems like it's a little bit of a guessing game as to whether or not that is the fee that's the right one, and maybe we make an adjustment later. But given that outline there, I'm assuming a lot of people would be paying the $40, and if we just said $50 within 2 weeks, or it goes to 25% higher, is that a better fee? Or, I mean, would you need to go back to the drawing board to come up with a different fee?
that is a good question, because like you mentioned, that is a guessing game. Because under the old scenario, the driving force was, if you don't pay within the first 5 days, you're paying $50 and $60, which is already what we're proposing to change it to anyways. So 70% of those people, at least from the data we have from the last couple of years, did take advantage of that and said, hey, I need to come in and pay that because I'm not going to get that ding. We no longer have that way of incentivizing those people to come in and pay in a certain time frame. So we can go with what we know has been happening historically, that those 70% will still be on top of it and come in and pay on time. And even if they notice that they qualify for a discount, we'll say, oh, I get a discount. And that would be information that would show up on the citation as well, that if they pay within 10 days, it's this amount. If they qualify for a discount, if they pay early within the 5 days.
Yeah, but I'm wondering about the no discount at all, just a flat fee, 10 days or 2 weeks. I don't know what the limit is. Gives them enough time to have been gone and come back or whatever. But I'm just wondering if 55 is a little too high from what Mr. Sewell was saying, and we just put it at 50 and we say everyone's going to pay that amount.
We could relook at that.
And 30% presumably, or something like that, are going to end up paying the penalty.
But it would be just another guess at making
Yeah,
an
yeah.
assumption of what that would be, so.
Didn't you earlier come up with a number of 42?
42 with no discount that would, in essence, still meet that number, but would not, that it would be less than what they're paying now if they paid a late fee.
Right, so if we're looking for one number that's going to kind of be the compromise number, and he was saying 50, but I just remember you were talking 42, and I didn't know if that was closer to the right number.
And 42 would be probably the closest number we could get to based on the fact that we're assuming those 70% would still come in and pay with no incentive to do so.
Does that help, Dave? With him saying 42 is closer to the right number if you go with your proposal?
Sure. I'm open to anything in there. So just to clarify, though, were you estimating that 70% would pay the 40 and 30% would pay 55?
70% would pay the 40 and 25% would pay the 55.
25% would pay 55, and then the other 5% would pay the, I guess, the late fee.
Late fee.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like around $45 to me, roughly, would, if you multiply that out, if those percentages held, would be revenue neutral. But I'm open to anything. 50 sounds great. I'm not opposed to, actually, I think that would bring in more revenue than the current proposal, which would be great.
Of course, if we're looking to be revenue neutral, I mean, it's great until you get the ticket.
Yeah, well, yeah. But it sounds like they do some things in terms of like if there's extenuating circumstances or first-timers and things like that, so. Yeah.
I would hesitate to shoot for that 42 number simply because it is a guessing game at this point without that incentive factor, so.
So, go ahead. So I am a little uncomfortable, want to make sure that we're staying true to the intent of the state law. But offsetting that, and like he's saying, it's a guessing game of trying to guess if we take away this pretty strong incentive to pay and pay early by doubling and tripling, we may find that we have far less overall compliance and payment, and perhaps a lot more goes to collections. And when it goes to collections, we're not collecting all of the money that comes back in. And so I think, I think even though I have some discomfort, I actually support the proposal that's before us. I think that's going to give us the best chance of properly funding the parking enforcement service, as well as it gives, if I get a $55 ticket, but I have an opportunity to pay $40 to cover it, I'm actually happy to have that opportunity. And so, so I actually support the proposal as proposed.
I support the current proposal also.
Even though I think let me ask, other cities were contemplating this. Has anyone else actually passed something?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Well, I'm willing to take the risk because I do like the incentive to pay early, and if we get called on the carpet by the state, then we won't be alone. Apparently, might be other cities, and then we'll reconsider. but I will support what's being proposed.
If I could just add one more thing, we do know that there are a small number of repeat offenders out there that at the current rate of $25, they're willing to just pay that, knowing that it's only $25. I think if we don't make it a substantial enough of a fine, going to $40 or whatever that number may be, I'm afraid that we might not curb that behavior by keeping it, I wouldn't say as high as possible, but keeping it where we've proposed.
Any other discussion? Are there any substitute motions? I will call for a vote on the implied motion. All those in favor? We have Mr. Connect, Mr. Van Buren, Mr. Harding, Mr. Stewart, and Mr. Winterton, and all those opposed? We have Mr. Sewell and Mr. Handley. Okay, thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. So I'm open to a motion to recess for a 5-minute break. Yeah. All right. All those who would favor breaking now? All right, let's take a 5-minute break. I don't know why I voted on that.
we picked the wrong one to substitute. Yeah. I admire the dedication. At least for me, it's a rarity. You all do it all the time.
Not all the time, thank heavens.
Yeah, we've been on a string lately.
We've been on a string lately.
Three consecutive, and we've all been quite I'm hoping this isn't a new trend. Yeah. Well, it seems like things require a lot of work. It's just
Something else. Something else.
No problem.
Something came up.
I know we're all having fun and would like to stay here all night, but we are going to reconvene.
Thanks for remembering.
So I will call counselors back up to the dais. So I believe we are now on to item 15, an ordinance amending the general plan regarding a designation change from public facilities to residential for approximately 0.78 acres located at approximately 862 East Quail Valley Drive. And this is the Edgemont neighborhood. And we will vote separately, but we will be combining these items so we can discuss them together. So item 16 is an ordinance amending the zone map classification of approximately 0.78 acres of real property generally located at 862 East Quail Valley Drive from public facilities to low-density residential. This is in the Edgemont neighborhood, and we will look to Mr. Robert Mills, Provo City Planner, to present this to us.
Thank you. So for this particular application, the applicant, this is a piece of property that is located not on the new fee table sample, but on Quail Valley Drive in Northeast Provo, which is adjacent to Timpview High School, in between Timpview High School Seminary Building and an existing office building that was constructed there about 35, 40 years ago, something like that. The applicant owns the existing office building as well as this particular piece of property. It's about 0.78 acres. And the applicant is seeking to develop 4 townhouses on this particular piece of property. Zoning across the street is R110 residential, and then this existing piece of property is currently zoned public facilities, and as well on the general plan is designated as public facilities. So in order to facilitate this type of development, the applicant is asking that we designate the property to residential on the general plan, as well as rezone the property to low-density residential. Low-density residential zone typically allows 15 units to the acre. Again, the applicant has amended previous proposals to come up with a current proposal of allowing 4 units on the site. Hannah, can you bring up the site plan for me? That might help orient everybody a little bit. And while she's doing that, I would just add additionally that the applicant has proffered 2 development agreements regarding these requests. One is for a development agreement for the townhomes themselves that would limit the number of townhomes that can be developed, would specifically requires 12 parking stalls, and which meets the requirements of the LDR zone, and also limits the use of the units by prohibiting student housing, and that they couldn't be sublet unless authorized by the owner. Additionally, the applicant has proffered a development agreement for the office building. The office building has been an item of concern to the neighborhood for many, many years. There is an existing document that relates to the office building that requires conditions and covenants and restrictions on it. There have been some problems with that in that it was recorded inadvertently on the wrong piece of property as discovered by the applicant after he purchased it. But there's also some concerns regarding the language of that doesn't necessarily define the specific uses that are allowed, other than to say it's for executive office use, but there's no definition of that. And so interpretation of that has been difficult over the years, as noted in public record. So the applicant is proposing to create a development agreement to go with that piece of property as well, that specifically addresses those concerns and relates specifically to the use of the building to allow professional office use, and then specifically prohibit the unwanted uses of a call center, a sexually oriented business, which would not be allowed there anyway, lodging, manufacturing, a homeless shelter, rehabilitation center, video rental shop, or a prescription pharmacy. And then continues to add additional information on maintenance and repair and things like that. So that is the current proposal from the applicant. I'm happy to answer any questions. Yes.
So he provides a list of what it can't be, but how many of those things actually are possible in our professional office zone or use?
I think he's also specifically prohibiting uses that would be allowed in the PF zone by the intent of that. There are certain things like lodging and manufacturing that obviously wouldn't be allowed in a professional office zone.
And it's currently PF zone, so it's...
This particular property is zoned a professional office. Because this development agreement is related to the office building.
Right, but you mentioned PF.
Correct. Because I think that the intent is, because the existing office building is professional office, and the subsequent, the infill property is PF, I think just to put that in there to make sure that those uses couldn't cross.
But this applies to both properties, or just?
This one just applies to the professional office zone.
Right.
Yeah. So some of it is redundant. You're correct.
Right. I just was wondering if he was putting in things that, like you said, weren't really allowed anyway.
Right.
Okay.
Yes,
Sexually oriented businesses wouldn't be legal anyways. They're prohibited in that zone. There's only one place in the city you can do it, right?
Yes, those types of businesses are specifically regulated to certain parts of the city. This is not one of them.
Right. So the fact he's proffering that, make a difference.
I think the fact that that specific thing is being proffered is null and moot. I think the advantage of his proffer of a development agreement means that it's going to be recorded on the property and encumber that property.
How about rehabilitation center provide behavior, drug, and alcohol treatment? Or is that provided since it's so close to the school? Would that be provided? Is that another one that doesn't make a difference, or?
So no, actually that is allowed in professional office with a conditional use permit. And a prior applicant actually applied to utilize the office building for that use, but was prohibited because of the covenants and the restrictions on the property. So that one is specifically, again, calling out that that's a use that's not permitted, even though the underlying zoning might allow it.
Even though it's that close to the school.
Correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Mills? Okay.
Thank you.
I do.
Sounds like we have one
yeah.
more.
So we really have two things before us, and one, where you change the general plan to residential, that could be for any kind of residential.
Correct.
And so if it's appropriate to put residential there, that's an easy change, an easy yes. The real problem comes on the next item.
What the zoning should be. Correct. So in this case, the 4 townhomes could only be allowed under low-density residential, given the lot area and the desire to have attached single-family dwellings. Single-family dwellings can be attached in the R110 zone. However, it has to be part of a performance development. And the regulations for performance developments for R1 zones require that they have to be at least 2 acres.
And just for the council and for the public, we will be voting on this separately. We will vote on the general plan designation first, and then we will vote on the rezone. But currently, we are discussing this and taking public comment on both items at the same time.
I just wanted to add, council members, that the Planning Commission has heard this, and the applicant has, previous to that, gone to a couple neighborhood meetings. The neighborhood is not supportive of this project. Planning Commission was supportive of the zone change and of the previous proposal to allow 6 townhomes on the site. I did, again, talk to the Edgemont neighborhood chair this morning, and she, again, voiced her opposition and requested that we allow additional time for the neighborhood to discuss this. And I just wanted to give you that information out of full disclosure.
Just as a clarification on that, opposed to the new proposal, or just opposed to us voting on it tonight? I assume it's the latter, because they were asking for a continuance, but because they haven't looked yet, right, at either of the 2 development agreements. I just want you to clarify that. What are they opposed to?
So the opposition was to proceeding tonight with a vote. That's what she told me on the phone.
So they're not actually weighing in on the question of the 4 units. That's maybe that's all I'm trying to clarify.
So
they haven't looked at that and said yes or no yet. They're just saying no.
From my understanding, the Edgemont neighborhood chair is still opposed to 4 units as well. Both.
Okay.
So we talked earlier about if this was developed at R110, how many units you could likely get in there?
So R110 means that you have to have 10,000 square feet per dwelling. 0.78 of an acre equals about 33,000 square feet, so you could have 3 as a mathematical equation, and then you'd have to obviously lay it out and make sure that it meets the requirements of that zone.
Thank you, Mr. Mills.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have the applicant here with us or a representative? Please step forward.
Good evening, Mayor, Councilman. My name's Corbin Church. Appreciate your time this evening. I realize we're late. It's gone long tonight, so I'll be very judicious in my comments. I'll try to keep them very factual, leave the opinions out, and provide for you a reasonable proposal that hopefully you can find peace in voting to approve tonight. In approximately a year ago, I purchased this building. This building is going to be a topic of discussion tonight. It can't be avoided, you'll find. I purchased this building. I put about $250,000 into putting a new roof on it, taking the weeds out of the parking lot, repaving it. The inside had been flooded. The building had been vacant for about 4 years. Went in, mitigated the flood damage. I used the building for BYU student executives with startup businesses. I teach entrepreneurism at BYU. So this was a startup factory. I'm happy to report or to share with you that that's been a great success. It's not what we're here for tonight, but Provo is known as a very entrepreneurial community. The businesses that have been in this building have done so well and prospered so much, they're moving out. They will no longer be used for that purpose. We've taken up 2 floors in the Ancestry building and we'll be moving out of there. It served its purpose there great, but there's not enough space for us. At the time that I purchased the building, I also purchased this lot next door, 0.78 acres, as Mr. Mill pointed out. The intent when I purchased this lot was to work and get it rezoned and to put some townhomes on it. It's an odd-shaped lot, that's pretty clear. It's sloped. The whole hillside there is sloped. To the east of the building there, on the right side of the screen, that's a steep slope going up to Little Rock Drive and the homes up top. However, it does fit the city's definition of an infill parcel. And with multiple townhomes on it, it would meet the city's goals of affordable housing. I took this proposal after the renovation of the building. I went forward with this, and on January 15th, we had our first community meeting. I was absolutely stunned with what I encountered. I had no idea the amount of emotions surrounding the building, not the townhomes, the building. The neighbors are very angry about this building because apparently 42 years ago, the then mayor did a side deal, a deal for his buddy. That's the accusations that I've heard. And allowed a building where it shouldn't exist. For 42 years, that building has been a thorn in the side of these neighbors. The owners of that building have disrespected the neighbors and not been considerate of them on a number of occasions. I go to this meeting, and I didn't go to this meeting, excuse me, I was traveling with students. But what we took away from this and subsequent meetings is traffic is a big problem in this area. Parking is a big problem in this area. The townhomes would devalue the nearby residences. And finally, there is an easement on the building that restricts its use, and we're violating that easement. It's arguable. Let's talk about traffic. Right here is 870 East, Quail Valley Drive. The building is directly across the street off the right side of the screen. The residents have a very real argument when they talk about traffic, because that's a blind curve coming down Quail Valley Drive. This right here is a vehicle. That vehicle's traveling approximately the speed limit, but you can imagine a car going faster around that blind curve puts these people at peril. I've heard stories about what's happened here many, many times. How does that pertain to the proposed development before you tonight? Here would be the ingress-egress for that development. As you can see, the optics on that blind curve are very different. And you can see cars coming from a much greater distance. So although traffic is a big concern, does it pertain? I went to the city. I met with city planners, and I learned Quail Valley Drive is a 3-lane collector road that has a livable capacity of 12,000 vehicles today, per day. I asked the city to conduct a study. That was done. As you can see at the bottom of the screen, the number of vehicles traveling Quail Valley Drive ranges from about 1,500 on the low to 3,420 on the high. I was told at one of the community meetings that this is flawed data because school wasn't in session that week. I called Timpview High School, and in fact, school was. It was closed on Monday the 18th, but ACT tests took place on the other days, and school was fully in session on the other days. But Monday, February 25th, is a full school day, and we're at 3,420, far below the livability index of 12,000 vehicles per day. You can see the average there at the top, 37.8 per day. But here's something so interesting that came out of the city's study. The average speed limit, the average, was 37.1 miles an hour in a 25 zone. Do these people have an argument on traffic? Yes, they do. Does it pertain to the proposed subdivision? In my opinion, and it is my opinion, no. This subdivision would add at most 8 more cars to that road, and that's not going to change the livability index that the city stipulated. Okay, one more thing we did is we put in our office building a reminder to all of our tenants and their guests that the speed limit is 25 miles an hour, just to help mitigate and to help the situation. Let's talk about parking. This was originally proposed to be 6 units, and when it was, we had 2 stalls per unit. Note that every single unit has a 2-car enclosed garage. We went beyond that. The city requires 1 additional parking space. We put in 2. In addition to that, I created parking easements. Where I own both pieces of property, I stipulated in an easement that any overflow from the office building would have to park in the townhomes. Any overflow from the townhomes would have to park in the office building. All simply as a measure of goodwill toward the neighbors to show to them that I'm helping to mitigate this problem. In addition to that, we created a development agreement for the townhomes and a development agreement for the office building. Specifically for the townhomes, it limits the number of parking stalls for the tenants and requires that any overflow take place in the office building parking lot. It says that they can't park in the neighborhoods across the street, and it says that they can't park along Quail Valley. But along Quail Valley, parking's not permitted. There are no parking signs all along that road. Why a development agreement? Per the city's recommendation, I created these. The reason is, as I've gone around, I've had several community meetings, the city's held community meetings, and I've gone door to door meeting with people. As I met with them, I developed a rapport with many of these neighbors. I'd even dare say perhaps a friendship with some of them. They said, Corbin, we get it. We like what you're doing, but what happens when you leave? The answer to that question for these residents is a development agreement. The only thing that protects them when Corbin goes from another building owner or property owner who would come and disrespect them is a development agreement. These agreements, a development agreement, empowers the city to impose the rules of that development. The current restrictive covenants, which are filed on the wrong parcel, do not empower the city to enforce them. In your work meeting today, you asked, why a development agreement? Why is it so important? That's why. Currently, the city has no right or ability to enforce rules on either property. On the building is the one, to be clear, the building has the restrictive covenants. The city can't enforce them. The neighbors are required to file a lawsuit to enforce anything on that building, unless it's not used per the zoning of professional office. So, continuing on the development agreement, it says that the grounds must be well maintained. It limits the types of businesses permitted in the office building. I thought that I went to professional office zoning and pulled these off. There was a discussion in one of the community meetings in which one of the residents was reading. But what about this, and what about this, and what about this? So I went home and I modified the agreement to include all things permitted under PO zoning and eliminate anything that would be offensive to the neighborhood. That was the intent. If I made a mistake and some of these are wrong, my apologies, we'll modify it. And lastly, parking, which I've covered well. We've been told that the proposed development would devalue the surrounding homes. I contacted 11 different appraisers in Utah County. I found 2 willing to visit the site and write me an opinion. This is one of those. It is my expert opinion that the addition of the proposed townhome project at 862 Quail Valley Drive will not have an adverse effect on the nearby residences. Adding townhomes into the mix on the south side of the road will not have a negative impact. The townhome development, just 930 feet from the proposed project, provides further evidence of the suitability of such a development in this area. That was done by Mr. Beckstead, a Utah certified appraiser. There's another one here. It says the very same thing. I have hard copies of those to leave with you so that if you feel I took anything out of context, you can read them in their entirety. There is neighbor discontent. I've been told that 140 signatures have been gathered and submitted. I question what was said to obtain those signatures. Do the signees know the facts? 2 neighborhood meetings were held, approximately 24 people attended each. I held 2 open houses at the building, 2 different days, 2 different times of days. 3 people attended each. I've gone door to door visiting with neighbors, and besides the usual references to parking, traffic, I heard comments like this: high-density housing isn't welcome in our neighborhood. We don't want apartments in our neighborhood. In the last community meeting that we held, we spent a little bit of time talking about if my neighbor's home were to sell, could somebody come in, knock it down, and put up apartments? Mr. Sewell was present at that meeting. Mr. Mills was present. People have in their minds that they're putting in that an apartment complex is going in. If that's what was said or perhaps ensued in order to get 140 signatures, I don't think it's right. Now, this is Corbin's opinion, and I'll differentiate from opinion. The site is marked with an X. As I look at this map and I ask, how many of the homes, how many of these residents could argue that they are reasonably impacted by 4 townhomes being built on that property? I would argue that 13 residents could argue that they're impacted by this. If I stretched that to those homes, then I could argue that 25 are impacted. I don't understand 140 signatures, but that's just the way that I look at it, and I respect whatever might have done. The appraiser brought up something so interesting. 930 feet from this property is a townhome development consisting of 32 units. Those 32 units are completely surrounded by single-family homes. What's furthermore is on the edge, on the corner of Quail Valley Drive and Little Rock Drive are 3 more units. What I'm proposing is not so outlandish. This product exists in this neighborhood. People have asked me, will you be renting or will you be selling? It's my intent to hold the property and to rent them. Well, these people, these are all owned. As I went door to door in this community and said, I'd like to talk to you about this proposed project, I was told it's irrelevant to me, I'm a renter. So whether I'm renting or selling, and these are owned, does that matter when they can rent their own home as well? January 15th, we had our first meeting. January 19th and 21st, I held open houses, notified in person the residents closest to the building. Then we hung flyers on 160 additional doors. On February 13th, we had the Planning Commission. March 5th, City Council date, our first one that was canceled. March 20th, we had the second council meeting in which you requested that we spend more time with the neighbors. And on April 23rd, we canceled a city council meeting due to a school board discussion. At that last community meeting, one of the residents brought up, why 6 units? Why not 4? Is that going to make any difference on traffic? Is that going to make any difference on parking? I'd argue no. But nonetheless, In an effort to work with these neighbors, you know that the proposal before you tonight is for 4 units, not 6. Lastly, a comment was made and has been made several times. I spoke to the school superintendent, and they want this property. A meeting took place with the school board, and this was an agenda item. The school board did not show interest, but I knew that I couldn't come back to you with this proposal until I had vetted and flushed out this question. I've sent each of you a copy of that email correspondence, the email thread. I made attempts to meet with the school board. I asked for them to meet with me. I asked for them to consider the property. I never put forth a price. I just said, I need to discuss this. I need to see where you are. As you can see from what I sent, and I highlighted some of it, and I'll read it for those present. I mentioned your email. This is from a school board member, and I want to be clear. The school board has not said, we're not interested. And I want to be clear, that's not what I'm trying to suggest to the board here. From a school board member, I mentioned your email in a meeting with just a couple board members and the superintendent this morning, and the sentiment seems to be that. Although we are never not interested in property near any of our schools, given the odd shape, small size, and high cost it would likely demand, this particular piece of land would require a lot more discussion and time than we can currently give to it. My personal opinion is that the board members recognize the limited use potential of the oddly shaped parcel that is barely contiguous to the rest of the Timpview property, and we would have a hard time justifying a $1 million parking lot extension or access road. That's not because the property is going to cost them $1 million. In eminent domain, that property would probably cost the school board $350,000. But grading it, retaining it, putting down asphalt, and connecting it to their other parking lot, that's where the costs would come in. Finally, she says, this morning I checked with the superintendent and he said that the district's interest level remains low and the administration has opted to not bring the question to the board at this point. In summary, this project meets the city's goal of adding affordable housing. This property meets the city's definition of infill land. This project will have a negligible effect on traffic. Significant measures regarding traffic. Mr. David Day should be here from City Works tonight. I don't know if he's withstood the long hours, but if he's still here, he can comment for you on the traffic impact. Significant measures have been taken to avoid an impact on parking in the area, the development agreement, the easement, and so on. Property values will not be impacted by the addition of this project. The project fits what is in the surrounding area, and the neighbors have been heard and their concerns addressed. This is a list of concessions that I've made in working with the neighbors. Increase the number of parking stalls for the townhomes by 50% over what the city's required. That's for the current 4. Stipulated the townhomes cannot be used for student housing because there were students in the building next door. They were worried that it would be a student housing project. So we specifically stated it would not be. We installed a timer on the light on the sign out on the street because it was going into somebody's window and they were bothered by it. We postponed Planning Commission and City Council hearings to spend more time with the neighbors, to hear them and to meet their demands. We created development agreements to control usage, parking, and ensure a well-maintained property. We created easements to allow parking overflow. We reduced the number of townhomes from 6 to 4. I have the utmost respect for the neighbors in the Edgemont neighborhood. I think I've shown that with my efforts to work with them. Tonight, hopefully I have shown to you, graphically and empirically, why this is an acceptable proposal for this property. I know that the neighbors don't want this, but I hope that they also will provide graphical and empirical evidence as to why this shouldn't go forward, rather than simply, I don't want it. I think it requires more than that when this piece of property has been sitting for so many years, so many things proposed on it. What I've proposed tonight is so much better than the options that could be considered for this property under PF. A church, a school, All of these things will provide so much more traffic, so much more parking problems. And they're all permitted under PF without any input from the city. This is a reasonable proposal that tells the neighbors exactly what's going to happen on that property, and they know exactly who's going to own it. Thank you for your time. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Church. Are there any questions?
I do have one question. You mentioned that you would prevent it from being student housing. What does that mean? I don't understand what that
It's not
is.
even allowed.
So
It's something that we
what
put
is
into
it? What is student housing then? I mean, I have a student that goes to Tempview. Mom and dad live there. Is he a student? What's student housing?
I don't know. It's not permitted there, I've been told by the city planners, but I added it into the development agreement so that it could never be used for student housing and to appease a complaint that I heard.
I just don't understand what student housing is exactly then.
Maybe you're allowed higher density in student housing? I don't know. It's a guess. Maybe Mr. Mills could answer. But it is in there so that it can never be used as such. So we've gone further than we needed to. Further seems better than less.
What if mom and dad live there and and their son goes to Tempview? Is he a student?
Yes, he is.
Okay, and I'm a little confused on what student housing means.
Understood.
Go ahead, Dave.
Could we pull up the section of the development agreement that references the number of units? I just had a quick question about that.
I don't know. I have that in writing, but I don't know. Oh, yeah.
So do we have a copy of that?
It's just a few paragraphs down. No, the next one. Yes, this one. Too far. Keep going. Right there, 1.2.
Development shall at any point in time refer to and consist of. Okay, and the reason I was asking the question is that a member of council staff had told me today that it was your intent to limit it to 4 initially, but later add 2. So but that doesn't appear to be what this is saying.
Just 4. I didn't want to put that before you tonight.
Okay, thank you.
So getting back to the question of
Yes, sir.
student housing, who would enforce that?
The city, because it's a development agreement, the city's now empowered to enforce.
Right. So we would have to go by you can't enforce something if you haven't defined it correctly. So I don't know if we could have Gary or somebody.
We have Mr. Mills here. I
Or
believe
Robert.
He's ready to answer that question.
So student housing in this case would be batching singles attending university.
So that would be
A student
more.
attending the high school would be a minor.
so even 3 singles would be not allowed because that would.
If they were students attending university, no, according to the development agreement. If it's just 3 singles, then that is permitted under occupancy.
Right, if they were 2 and they were students, does batching singles include 2?
So I think this development agreement is saying that no student housing is permitted. So the number isn't necessarily the relevant issue. It's the type of tenant that's there. So if it's a student, then that's not permitted. But if they're single people living in that unit, then that's allowed.
Student
Up to 3.
A student defined as a college student.
Correct.
Okay. And you would feel comfortable with that? I mean, I'm not sure that we've ever done this before.
I would defer to legal counsel on that.
Okay.
What's in the meeting here?
Thank you for that presentation. That was very thorough and very helpful. My only statistical quibble is that 4 units of townhomes that could potentially have 3 unrelated occupants would have much more than 1 car per unit, which is what I think I heard you say.
I mentioned
mean,
8 or 2 per unit.
Right, but you could, I mean, in terms of daily car trips, you're talking 60 to 80 car trips a day. Anyway,
Yeah.
I think that's important to acknowledge.
Noted, thank you.
Can I ask for clarification on that? Is
Yes,
that
sir.
2 parking stalls outside of the 2-car garage?
It's 1.5 for the 4-plex. On the 6-plex, it was 2. We can scratch that because today I decided to just go to 4 and to meet that request of the neighbors. With the 4, it's 1.5 per. City's requirements are 1, and that is in addition to the 2-car garage.
So a total of 8 inside of garages and 6 outside of the garages? No, wait.
That's
Yeah,
correct.
6 outside of the garages.
That's correct.
Okay. So that's beyond 3 per unit. 3.5 per unit. Thank you.
Any other questions?
I've heard the original intent of that piece of property that they had was for potential parking for the office building. Is that correct? Is that and if it, I struggle with putting more parking there because we're inviting more cars, and that's the last thing we want.
I visited a neighbor who told me the same thing. She said that that's what it was intended to be, and that's all that she wants there. But that's the only reference I've heard. I have no way of going back 42 years and knowing.
But that would entail putting more parking on that place, bringing probably more cars and a greater use for that building. I think we better look and see what we're asking for if we turn that to parking. One other thing that I'm interested in, the way that is configured on the south side, what is the potential if that office building went to turn that into parking for the office building? You still have, this is such an awkward piece.
It is.
Very difficult to do. Is that south side potentially a place for parking for the office building? Should we find we need more? And I hope we never do. I hope these restrictions will prevent any substantial
It is an option
increase.
for more, sure. Currently, the office building has 38 parking stalls, and that should be adequate for the office building's use. And the development agreement specifically states the office building is limited to businesses that can manage 38 stalls or less.
I've heard, and this is anecdotal to me because I don't have any proof, but they say that there is parking on that Quail Valley Drive from the office buildings, and that there is parking at the Tentview High School because of from the office building. Is that, do you have any evidence of that taking place?
I don't. I'm there nearly every day, and I heard that tonight as well, just before I stepped up here. I had never heard that before. I certainly have not seen any cars parked on Quail Valley Drive. It's illegal. I can almost 100% assure you that's not factual. Did they park in the neighborhood across the street? I haven't been babysitting, but I am in pretty close communication with these neighbors. They know my number. They know my email. They could have notified me, and I could have corrected this. You can see the measures we've taken with the speed limit sign and so forth in our office building. Have we been parking in the Tentview parking lot? Yes. We have outgrown this building. And so we arranged for students, for the student executives, to carpool from elsewhere to the building. And when Timpview let out, we've been parking in the Timpview parking lot. We've outgrown the building and we're moving on to the Ancestry building. It's a fact. That's all true. And kind of a good thing, I guess. But to them, I can see it being a
So
bothersome.
did you work out a parking agreement with the high school?
No, not after school ended.
After,
After school ended, after Timpview let out for the summer, we didn't work out anything with them. We've just been parking up against the seminary building.
so they had been parking there.
Yes.
What's your plans for the building then? I mean, are you going to continue to outgrow that, or is your new tenant going to be needing to park there,
No,
which
I'm-
we can't allow?
Oh, no, and we're only parking there because school is out. We were carpooling in the meantime. The new tenant that I'm in discussions with only needs 10 to 12 parking spaces at all times. So there won't be an impact on parking. It's not going to be a problem. They have very little parking needs, and we're talking a very long-term lease. It'll be good for the neighborhood.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time tonight, Councilman, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Church. We will now open this to the neighborhood chair. Yes, please.
Gary McGinn, Director of Community Development. Let me address one issue that was asked about the student housing. If you'll go down in the agreement to 7.3, it says use of living unit, and it says it's restricted, and then it says living unit shall not be used for student housing. And that's not really a defined term in this agreement that I see. Anything like that. I can tell you as a practical matter, based on what I've read in this agreement, what that would mean is if you have our base definition of family as a family or 3 singles, if they didn't exceed that, then that would be fine. If they had 4 in it, that would be a violation, you do something. But if you had 3 singles, then from an enforcement standpoint under our codes and under this development agreement I see here, I would not see the city doing anything. Does that make sense?
You mean whether they're in school or not?
Yes, because, student housing, that's not a defined term. I don't really know what that would mean. And even if we defined it more to, go in and how do we figure out is someone, cosmetology school, a student, those issues. And so unless that were tightened up and really defined well, I would only foresee this being enforced under this default definitions that we have, which you couldn't have 4 unrelated people living there. And then if the intent were for student housing, so you have 3 people living there and they're not students, and that's fine. But if they happen to be students or taking a few credit hours, it's a little ambiguous. And so based on that, you have my opinion, yes.
So really, there's kind of a legal issue there, isn't there, that we can't really prohibit 3 students from using there?
Yes, and that would be a difficult thing to do.
Yeah.
It would be almost nonsensical in that, well, if you happen to go to school, we can prohibit it, but if you drop out, then we can't.
Right, exactly.
Did that make sense?
Thank you, Mr. McGinn. So I believe that the neighborhood chair, Ms. Monahan, is not with us tonight. Oh. Okay, so I would like to invite any vice chair or vice chairs from the neighborhood to come forward now.
Just before they begin, this particular piece of property is at the confluence of 3 neighborhoods, and I know that there are other neighborhood chairs as well, so
Okay.
just putting that out there.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
I'm going to try really hard to go really quickly through Mr. Church's presentation as he asked us to address his points that he made, but they were flying fast. And I'm sorry, I'm not computer literate as much as he is, and we were just informed of this. I'm sorry, when I picked up the agenda this evening is when I first heard about the possible change in the general plan. So, we're told that we have a neighborhood program for a reason. Sorry, I'm Sharon Memmott from the Edgemont neighborhood. We've had our neighborhood meeting, as we were asked to do. We've had 2, in fact, on this project, as was mentioned. He pointed out that only 24 people were in attendance. There were 32. So, and I have all the notes from the meeting. Nobody at the second meeting was in favor of this project. And that was supposed to be the second meeting where he'd come back with, here's what I propose. Here's the changes I've made after what I've heard the neighborhood wants. Mr. Church has since made even more changes that he believes will make the neighborhood happy, but he's failed to contact either the neighborhood chair or the neighbors to verify that fact. The plans he's presented with an LDR zone would still allow for future building as I see it, especially the way he's, the site plan shows it on the site. And that's with a development agreement. I feel like it wouldn't be that hard to come back in a few years and ask for more because of the way it's situated on the site. And without a development agreement, when Mr. Church decides he doesn't want to fight this fight anymore, LDR allows for, I think was mentioned, up to 15. Obviously, the topography wouldn't allow for that, but we felt like there could easily be put 8 or more units on that site. Let's see, he addressed parking. I understood that when parking's being counted, you're not allowed to count actual garages as parking spaces, but the spaces that lead up to them. So I don't see as many parking spaces as he's counting. I'm sorry, if you pull up his presentation, I really could go through point by point. We feel like he's putting forth a lot of things, especially the comment about the covenants that are recorded incorrectly on the site. They are recorded correctly. It just doesn't say Quail Valley Drive. It has the original name of the street. So we feel like he has an issue with his title company, not with the city. And as was pointed out by staff, the current restrictive covenants that are on it, the neighbors feel like are protective enough. After reading what he's proposing, I see a severability clause that to me looks very easy to nullify the entire agreement. Like I said, staff has pointed out the current one protected us from businesses that we didn't want. Kind of to wrap up, the overall consensus from the neighborhood that was in attendance was that if the zoning is changed, that they expected it should stay residential, that it should become R110 specifically. I have a letter from Mr. Rosen, another neighborhood chair, who said that he would like to voice his concerns that many smaller R1 areas are being looked at to be rezoned as LDR so that multiple units can be shoehorned into the lot. We recently saw a request similar to this in our neighborhood. I think these requests are out of place and not in harmony with single-family neighborhoods, and he would request that you say no to these requests. So, as you mentioned, parking, traffic were also extreme concerns for many of the neighbors that were in attendance at the meeting. But as Marion pointed out, the largest, most widely held concern for them was that this is an R110 neighborhood. While changes are expected over the course of time, One doesn't buy into a neighborhood and expect the very nature of the area to change through rezoning to more dense housing units. I know you've been also requested to continue this. I think the neighbors would not have a problem with simply voting no to the LDR zone change. I can't even speak to the general map plan change because, like I said, I saw that a couple of hours ago and haven't had a chance to discuss it with our neighbors. This is absolutely, without doubt, the fastest moving target that I've ever seen come before the council as things change. We still haven't seen the development agreement for the property we're actually discussing. I'm not sure why development agreement or the restrictive covenant change is even being mentioned on the office space. If we'd brought it up, we would have been told not part of the thing. So I almost hope you'll just vote no on the LDR. I can't speak to the general map change. And would love to address any other questions you have with regards to his comments about the neighborhood meeting and who was in attendance and what was actually said. One comment was made, why not 4 instead of 6? But I think it was only one comment.
So, just one clarification when it comes to off-street parking. For a long time in Provo, it was off-street parking was anything like 30 feet back, which didn't include parking in front of your garage. But the garage was allowed, and anything to the side of your house was allowed. And then they changed it, I don't know, in the last 20 years to say that you could include parking on a driveway that led to legal off-street parking. So in this case, the garages would be considered legal off-street parking.
Okay.
Along with the other spots. Just thought I'd mention that.
So I appreciate that, if that's going to be part of the discussion. As he goes through all of his points, really the largest point for me personally is that if somebody were to buy the 2 lots next to you, so now they have something closer to the size of this, and they wouldn't have a topography issue probably because there's not a lot of other neighborhoods that have to deal with this. Would you want it rezoned to LDR? Because we don't understand why this developer for a business should be given that privilege when somebody buying the lots next to you will also want it. So.
I agree with that statement. If it was right next to residential, but this is such a weird piece that it is not actually next to. If we put a house in the middle, I think that'd even be worse. For that house between an office building and a school, I don't know, this seems to make sense to me. And also the zoning is tied to the development agreement. The zoning would go away should that development agreement be violated. So nobody else could come in and put in 8 or 16 units.
We can appreciate that, but we as neighbors haven't even had a chance to.
And I understand that. I totally respect that.
And he did bring up the traffic study that he did and said that school was in session, but that ACT testing was involved. I don't know if any of you have had high school students, but when ACT testing is happening at Timpview, that means 1 grade level at a time is coming to school. So that means 1/4 of the students were attending school that day, not an entire population. I don't know the dates and what was happening, but if that's what the school told him.
Okay, just a reminder, we are in the public comment portion, but do you have a?
She invited some questions, so I don't know if, I can wait if it's better for later.
I guess it depends on if it's more of a discussion for the council or if it's.
Is this public portion or is it neighborhood chair where we address that?
That's true. It's the kind of the preliminary to the public comment. But if you have a specific question, then now would be the appropriate time.
Well, I'm just curious. There's, this is one of those cases where you just have such a divergent story, and it's hard for me sitting here listening to almost as if we're talking about two different areas or something. And I'm curious to know if you feel like there's any validity to Mr. Church's claim or concern anyway that the 140 signatures and the seemingly unanimous opposition is opposed to the actual proposal or their idea of the proposal. And I'm specifically thinking about traffic and parking. I really sense a strong discrepancy here that's problematic for me. I was insisting there's a little more traffic than Mr. Church was describing, but I still think even with the ACT thing there, I'm having a hard time seeing how this is going to make the problem of that blind curve worse, which is already its own problem, and that Timview High School being right there is already its own problem, and so on. And townhomes as opposed to apartments. And then I've been getting lots of emails about the school district, which, I've confirmed what Mr. Church said in my own context with the school board. They're not interested in it. So if this, and I don't mean to be disrespectful of the public's opinion, but if people are operating on assumptions that are not true and then they're arguing against a proposal, it makes it very difficult to sit where I'm sitting and say, yeah, I want to support the neighborhood when they're not giving me the reasons that correspond to what the proposal seems to be offering. Does that make sense? So I'm just wondering if you think there's any validity to that problem, that there's some misperceptions about what's actually being proposed.
No. I think the largest concern, like I said, from the neighbors is, and we have, like was mentioned, the North Timview area. This is directly across the street from them, and so affects them almost more directly. Sherwood Hills drives down from that street to access the rest of Provo. If you want to get out of your neighborhood, that's essentially the street you come down, or Foothill Drive. You might drive all the way south to Bannock, but I hope not. So this is a major collector road. His project doesn't add to the blind curve, but it doesn't stop the number of people coming out onto what's a blind curve in the speed. When you talk about a 37 mile per hour average speed limit, that means somebody or several people are going as high as 60 or more miles per hour. And those of us who are frightened by that curve are not doing even the 25 coming down that hill because it is a blind curve. So it's hard to speak to that average. Calming measures, in my opinion, wouldn't need to be put out by his project. They would need to be put much farther up the hill. And obviously, speed bumps aren't going to be it. I agree with Mr. Winterton that the flashing sign is a beginning. It's a help. Having Officer, what was his name, sitting on the street would also help, but I don't know that we have the funds for that. Sorry, you made another point. I think the largest concern that we keep coming back to is that the neighbors who are long-term neighbors who have been there for a long time were under the understanding that those two pieces actually were almost one unit. How they were zoned differently, I don't know, but they were essentially one unit, and that this would be parking for the office building when it went in. There was a lot of grief, as Mr. Church has pointed out, about how that even came to be to begin with. But that's been the understanding for as long as all the old timers can remember. So to have this change come to them, I don't know that any of them would be concerned to see an R110 simply because that would allow 3 units. And there are many pockets where there's just 3 houses in the cul-de-sac because of topography and different things. And so those 3 neighbors could become their own little entity. I'd still rather pursue the school district because the 300,000+ that he mentioned as the cost of the property isn't close to what the city just sold the park for per acre, came to less than 200,000 per acre, and this is less than an acre. So I don't know where that number came from or why that would be what was proposed, but if you're going to put out what a going rate for the neighborhood is, I know what the city just sold the park for, and this is much smaller, and so less valuable, in my opinion.
Thank you, Ms. Mehmet. Are there any other chairs or vice chairs who would like to speak to this item?
Bonnie Morrow, North 10th View Chair. I'm here to speak tonight about the property, not the building. I don't want to convolute the conversation. I don't want to talk about the building because it's not what it is not what is up before us today. The question that is up before us today is that parcel of land. The first thing that I have is a question for the council. Has the 2050 vision been passed by you?
Go ahead.
Actually, Cliff, do you want to answer that? You spent a lot of time.
Was the 2020 vision passed?
The 2050 vision, 2050.
No,
Not the
what-
2030, the 2050.
What was done was a consolidation of the 2030 and the existing general plan to update the general plan. The Planning Commission is working on another update that will take a longer-term view of the general plan and then any vision that goes along with it.
So we're at 2030 right now, is that correct to say?
Yes, I would say that it's consistent with the 2030 vision still.
Okay, excellent. All right, I'd like to speak to the 2050 vision. I was told at the Planning Commission that the Planning Commission voted for approval on this project to proceed forward to you because of the 2050 vision, and they were adhering to it because it required low-income housing, affordable housing. This fit the definition. They were moving forward under that assumption, under the 2050 vision, and I was told that during the meeting. Okay, so we are still operating under the 2030 vision, not the 2050 vision. I worked on the 2030 vision, I worked on the 2020 vision, and this project does not fit that. Okay? Number two, we had late notice. Karen Tabahi, who is over all of the neighborhood chairs, we work for the city, unpaid. Karen Tabahi sent out a notice on Thursday, and I have a copy of it. She sent it out on Thursday which was June 13th at 2:53. This was our first notice, our very first notice as neighborhood chairs that this project had morphed into something new. It had morphed into a fourplex. First we had ever heard of that. We were all aghast. So that's when we started meeting as neighborhood chairs and sending emails and phone calls and starting that whole business again, which you're all very familiar with. Saying, hey, did you know about this? Nope, I didn't know about this. No one knew about it. Called Marion Monahan in Boston because it is in her neighborhood. Nope, she didn't know about it either. So then Dave Sewell sent out an email on Saturday to the neighborhood. We love them. Thank you, Dave Sewell. We love them. They keep us informed. On his email, it says, coming before you tonight is a sixplex, not a fourplex. So again, more confusion as to what exactly is coming before the council. Then if you look at your own paperwork that's handed out, it doesn't mention anything about a fourplex or a sixplex. More confusion. The neighborhood was encouraged to start reading what is put before the public on city council and planning. So then my phone started blowing up and people are saying, there is nothing about a fourplex or a sixplex on the agenda. What are you talking about? I don't know. I'm going to the meeting tonight to find out. I'm here first and foremost to ask you for a continuance out of respect for every one of the neighbors in North 10th View, Sherwood Hills, Edgemont, and Rock Canyon, and River Bottoms, because we are all in massive confusion as to what exactly this developer is proposing. I can guarantee you that none of our neighbors have seen any of these proposals and had no idea that this was coming forth before the council. Again, I reiterate, I am asking for a continuance so that we can reconvene and understand exactly what is being presented. Okay, late notice. Third point. This has the potential of setting an approval. And that is my biggest concern, and I hope as that you go forward as a council, either tonight if you move forward on this, or if you study it further, that you take into consideration that I have a lot of open land in my neighborhood. A lot. This is setting a precedence for what is going to happen with future developments and what I will be addressing you towards. 4 of you are leaving, and I will have 4 new people that I have to re-educate as to the history of my neighborhood. And I will be here to do it. But the problem is, we are setting a precedence, number 1. Number 2, we are benefiting one developer's business because a 4-plex, 6-plex, whatever it is a business. And he himself has stated that. It's a business. What is around him is not business. It's R110 single-family homes. They are not businesses. There may be 1 or 2 rentals in there, but those are not considered businesses. A 4-plex and a 6-plex is considered business. He's mentioned that 900 and something feet next to him was these condos, which he is referring to Quell Valley. That's as the bird flies, ladies and gentlemen. That is not up a road and around up into a private development. That is straight up a cliff as the bird flies. So I do not feel that that is an appropriate comparison. So I have more reasons. I'm sure you have more reasons because I know people have been emailing you. My phone has also been blowing up. I can read you countless neighbors that are absolutely beside themselves that this has moved forward and that the project has morphed. And my last point is, I served on the Planning Commission. And every time we had a project, I was on the Planning Commission sitting up there. Every time we had a project that morphed, council kicked it back down to Planning Commission, and we reviewed it out of respect for the community. And some of it was very redundant. I don't feel this project is redundant, but we did it out of respect for the community. I ask you tonight, out of respect for every one of the neighborhoods in the Northeast area, that you please consider continuing this until we can get everybody, all the neighborhood chairs, up to speed on what's happening, and that they in turn can get their neighbors up to speed on what's happening. Otherwise, there's no point in having neighborhood chairs, and there's no point in having all these numerous neighborhood meetings because they don't matter. Please send a message, and I'm asking you respectfully, please send a message tonight that you care about the neighborhood chairs, you care about them being informed, and you care about the citizens of Provo being informed, and that we have clear transparency in this city, and that we don't favor one developer in a private little section, and that all explanations are put on the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Morrow. Any other comments from neighborhood chairs or vice chairs?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Could I just comment? I apologize that I did have the incorrect number. I noticed right away that the official agenda said 4 instead of 6. Looked through all my documents, couldn't find anything related to the 4. Sent a message to council staff, and I didn't hear back until it was time for me to send my email. So I just assumed it was a typo, and I ended up making a mistake on that. So anyway.
Thank you, Mr. Sewell. Any comments from any neighborhood chairs or vice chairs? Okay, we will open this now to the general public for comment. Just a reminder, please state your name and city of residence.
My name is Kurt Bramble. I own the property immediately across the street from this project. My wife and I have owned the property since 1994. I'd like to first thank Mr. Church for the efforts he's made with the neighborhood. I think he's been negotiating in good faith. We still have some differences of opinion that I personally believe those can be ultimately resolved favorably, and I think this project could likely go forward maybe with some modifications. So I'm not opposed to the property being developed in some form or fashion. The concerns we have, and I'll get into those, and I appreciate combining both this project, the land, and the building, because I think the issues, there's been a little bit of misdirection here. I'm not concerned about the additional cars that would park, whether it's 4 or 6 or 15 units on that piece of ground. I think that's a challenge. My concern is the parking. And the parking is a concern because when cars park out on Quail Valley, it's posted no parking in front. If you could pull up the map, looking uphill, looking to the blind turn. The reason I ask that, it's posted no parking on the north side of the street.
I
The
believe
reason it's
that was,
posted,
sorry, I believe that was part of Mr. Church's presentation.
Fourth slide in on my.
Fourth slide in.
that's part of the public record now, isn't it?
It is, but I didn't know if she had it accessible, but it's.
I understand. I thought you were saying it was not appropriate because it was his private record. I thought that was done publicly. We do things a little different in the Senate.
I was just trying to clarify where it was.
Okay. Okay, there's another shot that looks up the street. Okay, you see the rock wall there? That's posted no parking along there. We have a garage that's hidden by the tree on the left. We have a driveway going into that garage. The reason that's posted no parking, we need to have a merging lane for safety. It's a 25-mile-an-hour speed limit. You saw from Mr. Church's testimony, 37.5 miles an hour is the average. I've actually stood out on the street with a city official, an elected official, former mayor, clocking guys going 83 miles an hour on Quail Valley. It is not uncommon for us to try pulling out of that cul-de-sac and have cars slam on their brakes and swerve. You can't. You can stop right at the street, proceed with caution, and by the time you stop and begin, a car coming around that turn, my wife has been T-boned twice. Once it technically totaled a Suburban. It was a little Toyota truck that did enough damage to a new Suburban that it totaled it on that turn. We've had cars total themselves on our rock wall, come around the turn and lose control, and we're not talking about winter when it's icy. So my concern is the pressure on the neighborhood for parking is a concern. Now, Mr. Church said there is no empirical evidence of parking on Quail Valley. In the last 60 days, there have been multiple incidents where his tenants have been parking on Quail Valley, parking in the cul-de-sac, and parking at Timpview High School. Myself and my family have personally witnessed that. My youngest son, who's down at Lake Powell, left yesterday, told me that he had taken pictures, at least on one occasion, of cars parking on Quail Valley. I don't have those pictures with me tonight, but I am here to testify that I have personally seen cars parking on Quail Valley. And that's a concern because they'll park on both sides of the street. And there is no parking enforcement that's occurred up there to my knowledge. If you look at any game day at Timpview High School, you look at any activity at Timpview High School, they park on both sides of the street. It is packed all the way up past the blind turn. Many times they'll block our driveway in our garage. I'd like to address something else, and it relates to the restrictive covenant that's on the property. Mr. Church indicated that it had an error. The error was not in the address. The address on the restrictive covenant clearly states 890 East, 3650 North in Provo. That is the address that was recorded at the time, this property. The legal description, the meets and bounds, apparently they did an east instead of a west or something, but the city's involvement in this, in paragraph 2D, these restrictions and covenants may be canceled by the City Commission of Provo City only after a public hearing with notice to the neighborhood. The reason I mention that, this was a restrictive covenant that was entered into between the developer and the Provo City Council. And the provision in the restrictive covenant that says that it can be canceled by the council is evidence that that was an agreement between the city and the developer. We now hear from the city staff that it's unenforceable. This was a document that was drafted in part by the city. How do I know this? Because in 1978, my father-in-law actually bought the property that we now own. I believe it was in 1977. As a family, we built the home in 1978 that you're looking at on the corner of 870 East and Quail Valley on the southwest corner of that intersection. I was a brand-new CPA at the time. I was asked to engage with the city, with Mayor Ferguson and the folks on behalf of my father-in-law. I was the one at the table when this document was drafted. And it is accurate that the reason that the lot that we're talking about now, the vacant lot, was left in public facilities was the expectation that that would, because parking was a valid use for that, that's why they bifurcated the lot, did professional offices, and they put restrictions on it. And it says, should any of the future owner attempt to utilize the premises for anything other than the described uses, such shall be treated as a violation of these covenants and restrictions in the city, or other person who owns property within immediate vicinity will be entitled to petition for rezoning of the property and for public hearings, et cetera, and to get an injunction against the use of the property. This was clearly the Provo City that entered into that agreement. So now as a neighborhood, we're told this document isn't worth what the paper it's written on. It can't be enforced, but that was the city's style. That was the city's intent at the time.
So Mr. Bramble, I apologize, I didn't specify. We give more time to the neighborhood chairs and vice chairs. The public comment is limited to 2 minutes for the general public, so.
May I address a couple of other points? In the agreement, and I really appreciate the development agreement, but we talk about could we put up the slide that has the prohibited uses? Because I happen to have the ordinance 14.16.020, which are the uses for professional offices. There's a whole host of professional offices that wouldn't apply, electric transmission line, gas pressure lines, et cetera. But things that would not be prohibited. Could we scroll down to where the prohibited uses are? Okay. Travel agency. Okay, that could be a travel agency. Advertising services, that could be a call center, because this says call center, but the definition in the professional, in the zoning code says advertising services. Financial insurance and real estate services, that means a payday lender could be put in there with no city action. A real estate office, now I happen to have owned for a period of about 15 years, a 6,000 square foot building immediately west of Bonneville Bank, the two-story building right next to Bonneville Bank in Village Green. A real estate brokerage was in that building, and they had at their height about 60 real estate agents operating out of that building with about 60 cars. It created such a problem with the other owners in Village Green that we didn't renew the lease because of the use. But that would be an approved and appropriate use under this agreement. Advertising services, consumer credit services, news syndicate services, employment services. Family owns an employment agency. Do you know how many people will use the parking at an employment agency in times of economic prosperity or economic downturn? So our concern is, we appreciate the efforts that have been made thus far. I think there can be a way to navigate this that could accomplish what I think Mr. Church wants to accomplish, that may have the possibility of at least neutralizing some of the concerns in the neighborhood, but I don't think we're there yet. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bramble.
Thank you.
My name is Boyd Memmott. I am in the Edgemonte neighborhood, and generally speaking, I believe a property owner should be able to do what he wants with his property. However, it's within guidance of the laws that manage that. My fundamental concern is the adequate parking of the existing structure does not appear to be meeting the needs of the facility. And that in itself really undersizes or underestimates the theme that I've heard tonight here at this particular meeting, and that Provo has a parking problem. And it's not only downtown, but it's all the way around. And if you guys choose to allow this development, then that problem continues in North Provo as well as in downtown Provo. And I vote that you address the parking issue with the existing structure first, and then address the new desires of the owner and what he wants to do with the building itself, construction. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mehmet.
I won't be redundant. Susan Bramble. I live with Kurt across the street. Anyway, there's just a couple things that I want to address in here. You said you passed out 160 flyers. That's where 140 signatures came from. We just got them through the neighborhood right on both sides. I was one of the ones collecting signatures. So it was just the homes that were around that area. The other thing that they didn't bring up that I wanted to bring up.
I think that we would need to acknowledge that husband and wife and teenage children can sign. So maybe that's. What's that?
It's voters.
Registered voters.
Okay, the other thing is that I think you should take into consideration is the rebuilding Timpview. Right now it is built for 1,800 students. The rebuild will be for 2,500 students. How's that going to impact that neighborhood? How's that going to impact the parking when it's not even already taking care of 1,800 students? That's just something that I think you should consider, and that's why I don't think that the school district is a dead end, because I don't think they know yet what they need until they refigure that and figure out what they're going to need. All I know is that we aren't trying to be impossible. We would like to see it developed at some point, but I think R110 is very fair. You know, it's the same as the rest of the neighborhood. Put in 3 there, that can be their own little cul-de-sac. But I still think it's something that needs to be brought to the neighborhood, because coming before us on Friday, we didn't have time to get anybody notified about even the change. I didn't know that they had dropped it to 4. At least it's moving in the right direction. Thanks.
Good evening, Michael Simpson. I know it's late. I'll be brief. I live in Quail Valley, just in the condos above the applicant's business. And personally, I would support Mr. Church and his development. I don't live across the street and certainly note the concerns of parking and other issues. I know there's probably a lot larger context. Change is always an emotional thing. Development and growth is always an emotional thing. And I appreciate this public forum to kind of voice a couple thoughts. You could think, at least from my context in my neighborhood, there were a couple of residents that wanted to knock down their house and increase the development and impact the views, and it was an emotional issue. And I look at, Dr. Woodmansee and the Hills and the Hatfields and the Reeves and those that have added on space, and there were real questions on what happened at the end of the day. It increased our values, and I think in this situation, from a business perspective, you'll have property and revenue. I think the traffic issue is a big issue. I would see this one across the street as being minimal compared to Timpview High School, of which all 4 of my boys have either gone through Timpview or are there right now. I've never personally had a problem going up and down Quail Valley Road, having living in Edgemont area. Never had a problem with any of the traffic going through there. I'm not sure if there's a third alternative that might allow Mr. Church and some of them to actually have access to some of the Timpview parking space. I know when we play Kahuku High School in the fall, we'll have 10,000 people at that game. And we play Lone Peak or American Fork or these other schools, there's cars all the way up and down the side, and that's an issue that's not going away. It's a lot larger issue than a business with 30, 40 people with residents in a business. When I think about will it decrease property values? I see it as increasing the value. As we drove up there, I was talking with my father-in-law who's lived in the area for 40 years, and he said, you should have seen that building sit empty for 20 years and just weeds. It was an eyesore. And finally, someone came in and invested some money in a great parking area with great lighting and nice landscaping. So
Mr.
anyway,
Simpson.
I'll finish, but I would argue for it and also look for listening to the community's reasons for maybe on the parking side and seeing if there's an alternative there. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Seeing none, we will close the public comment and bring it back to the council. Mr. Hendley?
Yeah, I'm really convinced we need to continue this. I don't think that's a difficult decision to make because the development agreement was posted so late. I mean, I understand that the spirit of the development agreement was a positive one and a compromise. I don't think it was underhanded in any way. But I think the neighborhood chairs and the neighborhood deserve the opportunity to discuss those. And if it's necessary that we send it back to the Planning Commission, that's also an option. I mean, I don't, frankly, given the Planning Commission's reasoning on the previous vote, I don't see any reason why they wouldn't easily support it again. But so I'm more concerned about the neighborhood process. And I would, hope that in the process of that conversation that we could find more common ground, which I started to hear from Mr. Bramble's comments, because I do think this is not as threatening to the property values or inappropriate for that area, given the location of this particular property. I recognize that there's some unique characteristics here. It's not as high density as some people might imagine, and I can share what McKay Jensen shared with me earlier today, who's on the school board. He said very clearly, it's not useful for parking, even in reconfiguring the school. Our only interest is in protecting the campus and the character of the neighborhood. Need is not the district's position. So I don't think it's terribly helpful anymore to be speculating about what the school district wants or doesn't want. And so neighborhood input, I would prefer to stay focused on addressing the issues of, can this proposal be acceptable with the concerns being addressed that I think have been addressed. I think there's probably still lingering issues, it sounds like, with parking, and I think those would be important to address, but I just don't think there's any way I would feel comfortable voting tonight.
I was very impressed with Mr. Bramble's list of things. I'd encourage you to get together and see if we can increase that list that would make you feel comfortable also. I appreciate what you said this is what I came up with on the fly, but I think there's things that we can look at that might even give the neighbors some more peace of mind. I do have some concerns. I'm grateful that rehab center, you put that on there, because that is a very unique situation in our community where often even next to a school you can put a rehab center. And so I appreciate that being on the list, and I wonder if there's a few other things that we ought to be able to put on that list just to protect the neighborhood.
Mr. Connect?
Yeah, I would also agree that you should visit with the neighbors and Kurt, who has a very long history in this. Our parking code, if you look at the very last paragraphs where it gives an exception for being able to have less parking if you are a affordable housing unit that is going to be guaranteed that way for 30 years and on and on and on. But after giving the criteria necessary to possibly get a reduction in parking, it says any such agency that gets that reduction also has to have landscaped area reserved to be converted into parking if and when their parking exceeds what they have. And so if you have space that could be converted into parking in the future, and apparently people are worried about that, and if you were willing to put that in there, that if parking becomes a problem, that you'll add some spaces for either the business or for the housing, whichever. I think that would go a long way to address any concerns. I know that would cost money, but if your business is booming and has enough demand, maybe it's price effective to provide the parking.
Any other comments?
I do want to, I do appreciate Mr. Church's presentation. I think he addressed the concerns. I think the concerns were actually addressed in a way, and I would love to see the neighborhood actually come up talking about their concerns and address those in a similar manner that Mr. Church addressed them, rather than just, like you said, I don't like it, or I'm afraid that this is going to happen. I would like some concrete evidence that would really help us, rather than anecdotal. I appreciated what Mr. Bramble said. These are the things that I'm still concerned about being there. To me, that makes total sense, and I get that. That becomes something very concrete that we can deal with. And there are opportunities. I appreciate the idea that I think we ought to be real close on this thing. I don't think it's that far out of line from what we're hoping for in the community here. So I wish you well, and hopefully you can get this taken care of fairly quickly.
So because this is the first time that we've heard of this item since it was recommended by the Planning Commission, I don't know if that's true or not, but this is the first hearing since it's come back to us. So by council rule, it can be continued by a single council member. I guess, is there a council member who desires to continue this item?
Didn't I just say that?
I think I heard it from several, but just wanted to get it formally. So, what's that? Yes, is that for both items, Mr. Handley? Okay, so we will continue both of these items. Because of the 4th of July holiday, we won't be meeting for another, it'll be 3 weeks before we meet again. Let me commend the applicant for his earnest efforts to address the concerns. And I do feel like what was put in the development agreement was a good faith effort to address the concerns of the neighbors. I hope that these 3 weeks will give you time to maybe engage a little bit more in a conversation, so you can perhaps more precisely, and rather than just kind of guessing or what they were saying, but maybe talk to them and see if you can find something there. And then let me suggest to the neighbors that the feeling that I'm getting just from the comments is that this general concept has support. What level that is, I don't know on the council, but has some support on the council. So it may be wise to look for solutions with this developer and see if there's a way that you can come to a consensus that everyone can live with for this project in the next 3 weeks or so. Mr. Sewell.
So I'd like to make a few comments as well and agree with the sentiment that this should be continued. I want to thank the applicants, very impressive presentation. I feel like this applicant really wants to be a good neighbor and has gone to considerable effort to do that. I love that we have a serial entrepreneur that's teaching budding entrepreneurs the tricks of the trade, I guess. I was kind of wishing I could have taken an entrepreneurship class from you if you were at the Marriott School between 2007 and 2009 when I was there, but I look at this a little differently. I'm just not convinced that the school district might not have use for this property once they finally get their bond passed. I know there's some school board members that feel like they won't, but there's others, I know of two who've expressed an interest in keeping that option on the table, so it's a little unclear. And at this point, until they, until the bond passes and they're ready to build, I don't think they're going to make a definitive statement saying that we won't ever have use for this. This situation reminds me of a situation at Centennial where there's a small piece of property zone public facility that the school board actually tried to buy and wanted to buy, but they were unable to compete on price, and it was sold to a private person. I don't know. I'm assuming we're going to get a rezone request on that as well, but which I would oppose because I think the school really needs the space. So I would prefer at this point to leave the property zone public facilities and until we get until we got to a point where the school board just made a formal statement that we just don't foresee that we're going to need this in our rebuild. We've looked at it and we've decided that we're not. Lacking that, I'm not sure we really know. And then one other comment is, we hear so many times, I think Mr. Church even mentioned that we've got a building there that shouldn't really be there. The professional office zone in that spot is kind of in a weird place there. And so I would actually be in favor of bringing back later a proposal to rezone that to public facilities as well. That wouldn't affect current use, but that could send a signal that down the road, perhaps the school could purchase both of those properties if the right conditions occurred. So they also mentioned they haven't talked price. I would like to at least get to the point where we knew for sure whether something could be worked out there for the advantage of the school. So that's kind of where I'm at right now.
Thank you, Mr. Sewell. Any other discussion? Let me respond to that just a little bit. It is difficult to get these mixed messages from various board members, and I can't remember if the one was quoted directly from the superintendent or if that was through another board member, but I would encourage the school board in this next 3 weeks, if they have any interest at all, be proactive and state as much. I don't necessarily feel comfortable if we're getting messages that there may not be any interest at all there in holding something up, long term to see if they change their mind later on. I'd like to see if, maybe they can't commit to doing it, but if there's interest, that's one thing. If there's really not much interest there, I'd like to see them proactively let us know that.
I mean, I suppose if we're going to delay, we might as well ask them to do that, but I really don't understand why if they want to stop this or they want to make a claim on it, they would have done it. right? I mean, they know that this is being deliberated. They've talked about it on their board meeting. I mean, if we're just asking them to put it on a piece of paper, I don't know what difference it makes to what we already know. They've had an opportunity. And I think they've made it clear that it has a lot to do with the fact that it's so awkwardly positioned. It's not the right kind of grade that they need, and it's I don't know. I just think their interest is pretty emphatically not there. But if we've got 3 weeks and it helps to get something in writing for the rest of you, that's fine. But I think they've made it clear just by not having made a claim on it.
All right. I was passed a note. I'll have to read that in just a moment. Okay, well, these items have been continued. Is there any more discussion before we move on to the next item? Okay, seeing none, we will move on to the next item, giving myself just a moment to read this real quick. So okay. All right, so we are going to soldier on, but we are going to jump to 18 and then come back to 17. So 18 is an ordinance amending the zone map classification of approximately 2.1 acres generally located at 1320 South State from residential to entry-level housing to a new entry-level housing project redevelopment zone, Spring Creek neighborhood. This will be presented by Mr. Robert Mills. I appreciate you being flexible and jumping up.
My pleasure. You can put my item before the other ones anytime. So council members, this is an item that we talked about earlier today in our work meeting. The applicant is actually requesting a zone change to a pro zone that is already on our current code records, 1450 number 30. We actually have 35 pro zones in our city. So customarily, we don't encourage pro zones, but because this one is already there, and address the applicant's need for parking and the number of units, the applicant decided to go with this zone. Let me see. Just to familiarize yourselves again, the project site is at 1320 South State. To the north of the property is a townhome development that's currently under construction. To the south of the property is the Provo School District bus barn. And then directly across State Street is the old drive-in site. So that's kind of where we're at. The current general plan designation for this property is mixed use. Future land use calls for medium density residential. The proposed pro zone is consistent with that type of density. And so in this slide, you can kind of see what the existing zoning is currently at R110 and what the new pro zone would be. The applicant is asking for this zone change to facilitate the construction of 64 two-bedroom condominium units on the site with a total of 130 parking stalls at a ratio of 2.03 per unit. This is just another example of the site plan that the developer is proposing. The applicant has gone to a neighborhood meeting on this. Staff recommended approval of this zone to this site with some specific conditions relating to the number of parking stalls, the number of units, and the applicant has actually proffered a development agreement that limits the number of units that can be developed on this site to 64, even though the zone that's being proposed would allow for additional units. And the development agreement requires that the developer construct 130 parking stalls, even though the proposed zone would allow significantly less than that at 90 stalls. The Planning Commission was able to listen to this item and did recommend approval. And that brings us here tonight, and I'm available for any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Mills? Thank you for that presentation. Is the developer with us tonight or representative? Please come forward.
Both are here. My name is Brady Ducher. Bruce's bedtime. It's over. So we're gonna have Bruce get up. He's the developer, and then I'll whip through a quick presentation. I'll cut the thing way down for you. But we're gonna have Bruce talk about it first.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Bruce Dickerson. The project we are proposing, basically we can summarize it into three really quick categories for you. One is that all the projects that I've done and I do are FHA-approved housing projects. FHA is a standard which is the big dog that we have to follow and do and meet their standards, and FHA has not approved a condominium project in Utah County for the last 15 years. 2008, FHA got burned on condominium projects. So they increased their standards on how they have to be approved. They do approve townhomes, but condominiums they haven't. Part of that approval process is they require us to have at least minimum of 50% owner occupied. We have raised that standard to 60%. So of the 250 units which I've developed in the last 5 years, I can tell you exactly who the buyers are. 90% of them, 85 to 90% of them are young marrieds looking to get into a home, to get into some ownership, and of those 250 units that we have developed and sold, I checked the records today through the title company, only 16 of those have been resold, or those owners are still living there, and the investors that have bought the units are still owning those. So it provides two things. One, FHA has to approve these, and before we turn a spade of dirt out there, we have to have the approval from FHA, which is out of Denver, and they have to approve everything that we do. And then they hold us to the standard, so we cannot close a unit until 50% of those units are sold in that phase, and then 50% of them have to be owner occupied. So 80% to 90% of those are young families, married with a child on the way or no children, and the other 10 to 15% are senior citizens, like myself, who want to buy a unit, and either their husband or wife have passed on, and a lot of them buy it because they just want to have something that's affordable, and they don't want a place where their children can visit, because it's not big enough. So they're only 2 bedroom, 1 bath, and then we put CC&Rs that are approved by FHA that limits 2 adults in each unit. And how are they enforced? Because we have to certify it every 2 years, and so they police this, else these people that have bought these units no longer can have the financing that's available. So this gives ownership for young families. It's policed and governed through an HOA, but it's approved
or through a homeowners association, but it's approved through FHA. So everything that we do has to be approved by them. Matter of fact, we have to hire an attorney to give us an opinion letter that this meets all their standards that are down there. So what we've found in these units are these young people who buy it can't afford to have 2 cars because they have to qualify for FHA financing. And once they have this financing, then they can resell this unit in the future dates. But in 5 years, we've only had 16 of these turnover. Most of these young families stay in these units. And so parking has never been a problem. We assign 1 stall, and the rest of them are first come, first serve. And we've put 2 stalls per unit in our projects, and we have stalls. We've provided you with a survey from an engineering company independent of us saying that how many stalls are left over. Because most of these people have 1 car, bicycles. We will provide 48 bicycle stalls in this project, or scooters. And they park the scooters in front of their cars. So the parking has never been a problem. Private ownership is wonderful for these young people. And it's governed, and we've set this up so that FHA, the approval stays for 2 years, and then we get it approved again before we turn it over to the HOA. Any questions that I can answer for you?
When are you going to do your second project?
As soon as we can find another piece of ground to do it.
Great, thank you.
Could you explain more about the benefits of FHA financing, how that helps the people that buy, how it maybe even helps the community?
Well, it's basically today you could qualify, a person could qualify if they made $15 to $18 an hour. So it's 3.5% down. Now, Provo City has programs to help on down payment. I don't know if you're aware of them, but we've used them before, where these young families can actually get grants, and it's administered through your city somehow, and I don't know exactly. The person that was going to explain all that gave up and went home because he had an earlier bedtime than I do. And but they can get grants, and as long as they live in it for 10 years, it's interest-free. And then if they sell it, they have to pay back that grant to the city so someone else can do it. So FHA opens all the financing tools. It opens Freddie Mac, Fannie Mae, state housing. Once it's approved for FHA, then it opens the doors. If you don't have that, then the financing is not there. And so that's how it helps for these young families to qualify. So someone with $15 an hour job can buy one of these if they have a good credit score and they've saved up 3.5%. Now, another wonderful thing was talking to a gentleman out in the foyer. His brother bought one of our units in Provo, no, in Orem, and you can do what is called as a kiddie condo loan. And that is where the parents buy it with the child, and the parents qualify, but the child then can make the payments, and they can get in for 3.5%. So it opens that up. That's how I started in my real estate. I bought a condo in Garden Park in Orem for $27,000, sold it for $1,800 2 years later, and thought I skinned the cat. And I have 4 children. They're all in 40s to 30s, and they all started in condominiums. So this gives private ownership for these people. And the financing is absolutely critical. And that's what we do, is we get that FHA approved financing. And that was a condition that the Planning Commission put on us. And that's easy. It's hard to do if you haven't done it before, but it took us a year to figure this out, 2012, but now we know how to do it. Any other questions? When a person, let me just finish with this. When a person buys a unit, if it's owner occupied, because we have to have 60% of them owner occupied, and if a person buys it as an investor, then we put deed restrictions on that unit, so when we're gone, that unit can only be owner occupied or investor. It can't be changed. It's recorded, it's put so the county knows it, the CCNRs know it, and the plat knows that this unit right there is for owner-occupied only or for investor only. It doesn't change over time. It's established right up front when we develop and sell these units. Is there anything I missed?
Question.
Comments that you want to add?
FHA also allows gifted down payment, credit problems,
Come in,
that kind of thing.
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
So one more question. So your 60%, is that going to be specified and enforced by your HOA?
HOA and our development agreement with Provo City.
So it'll be in the development agreement?
And then it will also reflect it on the county on the plats as we sell each unit.
Thank you, Mr. Dickerson.
Okay. I don't know. Do I need to stay here? No. We got a whole presentation, but it's late. You don't need it, do you?
We don't need it.
All right, we will,
This is it, let me just say, the need in Provo, the one part of the presentation that was my favorite is that I looked up, because let's just type in and see where we're at. In all of Utah County, under $200,000, there are 33 homes available. In all of Utah County, under $200,000 that are qualified for FHA, there are 8. One of them is in Provo, and it's in Camelot Village. The rest of them are in Payson and Santaquin. They haven't been built yet, and one is in Orem. There are 2 that you could buy right now. So here are 64 more that we're going to build that will be owner-occupied. Here it is. There's 33. The match is up there. So that's under 200,000, all types of homes, Utah County. Then the next slide is 8. And that's just from the MLS from this morning. And so yeah, it's exciting to be part of this because we haven't even put them on the MLS yet. The demand is so high. We have people that are trying to make reservations for this project yet, and we don't even have approval yet because they hear there's one in Springville and they hear, oh, there's one in Provo? Okay, I want to live in Provo. And so they're trying to make reservations because they can, for $180,000, they can buy a condo and live there. And then they can be protected because they can protect their equity from renters and people buying them up as rentals and everything because the HOA and the plat and the deed restrictions don't allow it. And so they can live there and owner occupied and know they can sell it to another FHA loan because it's going to be protected.
We put on there only 2 single adults can live in a unit. And it's enforced because we have an on-site manager on every one of our projects. And they walk the project and it's enforced and we fine them. And we haven't had a problem with that. Because the units actually restrict how many can be in there because it's 900 square feet. It's 2 bedroom, 1 bath. One's a little bit bigger, one's a little littler. But that's what we put on there so that there can not be more than 2 adults in a unit. Didn't you want me to say that?
Yes, that's.
thank you to you both. We'll now invite Ms. Miller up if she would like to address the council, since this is in your neighborhood. It's not required, but you're invited.
I just wasn't sure that I heard my name, so I had to make sure it was me you were talking to. Anyway, this is a great project. The neighborhood supports it. It aligns with the general plan. It aligns with our neighbor, with the Southeast Area Plan. It's good on so many fronts. And yes, we did kind of take a curve around the corner, but we didn't create any new anything. This was a zone that was already on the books, and it works really good for this project. So I'm grateful for it. The neighborhood is looking forward to this kind of asset to our neighborhood. So whatever you folks can do to help that along, we would greatly appreciate it.
Great.
Thank
you, Ms. Miller. At this point, we'll open the item up to the general public for comment. Is anyone here to address this issue?
Hi, my name's Lisa Tuha.
and I actually live in the neighborhood, and I just wanted to say that this would be, I feel like this would be a really great project for our neighborhood, and it would also just give opportunities for students, not students, but young families to have the opportunity to buy a home and stay in Provo. My husband and I moved back to Provo after we left after school, and we came back, and we just really love the community, and we're always happy to support projects that allow young families to stay here and grow and not have to go other places to start out and then have to grow in other cities. So I just wanted to say that I am supporting this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comment?
I'm Shelley Haslam. I live on the Lakeview side in Northwest Provo, but I have a newlywed daughter, and I would love this project to go through so that her and her husband can buy a house, and I think it's great to have this sort of housing stay in Provo.
Great, thank you.
Can we get your name? Shelley Haslam. I mean, so that we can sell you.
Let me thank the public who has stayed here this late for this item. Thank you. See no other comment, we will close public comment and bring it back to the council for discussion. This is the first hearing, so it is possible for a single council member to continue this if they so desire. Mr. Connect.
I'm happy to see a neighborhood embracing a project, and it's hard to find something not to like about this. This is refreshing. And really, this project is, in my mind, only made possible because the previous proposal on this property, I don't know if it came to us or if it died before it got to us, but it was asking for HDR, and I think they got the message that we weren't going to give HDR. The MDR was the limit, and so this is not the first time someone's tried to develop this property, but we certainly have gotten lucky here. This is wonderful. We hope you find other properties in Provo. I don't know if we can help you in that regard, or if any of our departments can help you, but owner occupancy is an issue in Provo. It's an issue everywhere. Affordable housing. There's so many good things about this. Thank you.
Any other comment? Seeing none, I should say discussion, but seeing none, I will call for a vote on the implied motion. Those in favor? That is unanimous. Last item of the evening is an implied motion on an ordinance to amend Provo City Code to consolidate Chapter 14.30 with Chapter 14.46 and adopt related amendments. Brian Maxfield, Provo City Planner, up late. Thank you for staying with us. Please go ahead with your presentation.
Thank you. Stated, this is the combination of the A overlay and S overlay zones. The A overlay allows basically accessory units in a home. The S overlay allows accessory units more oriented towards students. The combination, we passed out a sheet that kind of shows some of those, if that's still available, but it shows some of the changes there. And I think one of the ones that was talked about was the rental dwelling license, and where we now have a permit. This is more of a license that requires a 3-year review, where the permit had just had an initial inspection. So there is a change with that. The Planning Commission first heard this in April, and continued the meeting, went to a study session so they could discuss some of the questions that Paul Evans, the Pleasant View Neighborhood Chair, had raised. We made some amendments based on those comments and then presented at the Planning Commission, and they recommended in favor of that with the two stipulations or requests anyway of the council, looking at parking requirements where maybe you don't need as much parking, that there's some option that could address that. And then second was the having a test cases on the dwelling license, rental dwelling licenses. And I believe Mr. Evans has submitted some sites that could be looked at, that we could go out and have the code enforcement people go, or not, I'm sorry, the building inspection department go out and look at those and see what it would entail in the update. And so that's basically the information to start with. We could certainly go through the amendment line by line if you wish, or we'll let you direct where to go with that.
Do you have any questions?
Yes. 65 is elderly. I mean, it seems like you'd be more politically correct and say seniors. Elderlies are 80 plus.
Well, there's even a discussion, the Planning Commission brought that up, of dropping it down to 55 plus, which is strange because they're saying, some people retire earlier, but I understand what you're saying. I've kind of in that range myself, so.
I've got a question.
Not the elderly, I don't want to go to 85, no.
I've got a question. So we talked about, at least in the work session, we talked about the detached dwelling, which I think is a substantive change here, not just kind of a reformatting and streamlining, but a substantive change. Also, I don't recall talking about it in the work meeting, but we have the asterisk there in the S overlay for occupancy allowance. I apologize if you have talked about it. It's so late. It's a little difficult.
No, I don't think we did, really. I agree with that.
So if you could explain that just for the council, for those who aren't on this committee, to understand why that's there and what the purpose is.
Right now, you can have more singles in the S overlay zone, so it reduces that number. It still allows you to go up to 4 if you get a conditional use permit. And so it reduces it down to start with and then tries to look at particular situations where maybe it's appropriate, but it's not the blanket allowance now. So it does decrease the number. That would apply to new residences, certainly other ones that now have accessory units that were permitted before could continue with that number. So it would only apply to new ones.
It seemed like that came about because there was a proposal, I think, from community development to try to resolve and equalize the parking. Like if you have 4 singles, you should have 4 off-street spots.
Right.
But then, gee, if you just blanket say that every unit has to have that, when maybe they're actually renting to a family. So it's like, well, you get 2 because we're requiring 2 off-street parking spaces, just like an A, but you can't have 4 if you either provide the parking or rent to people that don't have 4 cars. You got to match up the cars with the parking, which is the underlying rule in all of our parking requirements for housing.
And we talked about some of the larger lots too, where it's easy, they've got sufficient room, it's easy to put in maybe some extra parking spaces, where other ones it seems like you're over paving almost the yards and really creating more of a non-residential look because of the increase in number of cars. Planning Commission also had brought that up, that maybe eventually this could expand to oversized lots, that are twice or larger through the city where there'd be an allowance. But We opted not to address that right now. This is merely the combination of the zones. But that, parking, other things, I think still, and I think that's the interest of Planning Commission of not putting in requirements that requires to do a lot of pavement and really make the neighborhood look extremely overpopulated. And that's a hard break because even single-family homes are supposedly required to have parking spaces for every car that's on site. And you can imagine what that would incur if you had, some of the numbers there. And then if they move away, you've still got those areas paved, and it doesn't change the look. You don't erase those spaces. And so it creates a permanent impact almost.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Mr. Maxfield. We will now open this item for public comment. Again, let me repeat, thank you for staying this late with us.
Yeah. Glenn Rollins, this is what I came for. I have a piece of property here in Provo, and I had a proposal to actually build a garage on the piece of property. So we went to development. My piece of property is actually an acre, and it's right in the middle of town up on Grandview. And I was told that I couldn't have a detached garage. And so I thought, well, if I can't have a detached garage, then I'll see if I could figure out how to do this. Well, I've gotten this far, but I'd sort of like to have a detached garage with an apartment above it. I'm not going to sell my property. I'm not going to move away. I can meet every single stipulation as far as parking, everything. But right now, I'm in, much to the frustration of these fine folks, I'm in kind of limbo because I don't fit into, there's broad strokes being painted here, which is just basically, well, you can't have an accessory apartment that's not attached to the building. Not asking for anything that's special, but I put it off for several months because this was supposed to come before the council and be a way for the citizens and the members of the community to actually utilize our property, our assets. I also realize that I'm in a unique position because there's not a huge amount of people who have an acre on Grandview Hill to build on. But to me, this seems like, I've even been told by some people, well, you could build it and just not say it's an apartment. But I really feel like it's an important thing to come to the community and do it in a proper way so that somewhere else down the future area, I might build onto something else. And so that's my comment. Ask for, help with maybe a larger space and some consideration with more property than just a regular home.
So, yeah.
Go ahead.
So if you're up in Grandview, you're not in a current A or S overlay. You're just in a regular neighborhood.
Correct. He's on the east side of Columbia Lane, but there's no overlay there. He has an R18 to the south and then a pro zone, or it's a was it a retirement area?
Cove Point Community Center.
Cove Point,
Right.
thank you.
They're my neighbor.
Trying to think what the
So
zone is.
I'm kind of in a limbo area, and that's what I've been told. I approached the city, or I'm going to be approaching the city about rezoning that area because I do have an acre. It really doesn't make any sense. Talking to other community developers, it doesn't make any sense to build a 5,000 square foot house on, even though I might have the amount of land to be able to do it. They're saying, build two homes that might be, or even a large home that looks like a 5,000 square foot home, but you can have 2 units in it because I have plenty of space for the garages and parking and off the street and all of that. And the intention is not to develop, but actually to maintain my property. And so I have asked for a rezone because there's no zoning around me.
And what are they, if you've been talking to someone in community development, what zone are they encouraging you to ask for?
Well, that's one thing. I've been ping-ponged back and forth. Because they're saying, well, like, you can't do a detached garage with a unit above it. But you can get it rezoned and actually have a space for, a detached garage with a unit above it, and then even another building somewhere in the future, if I choose to develop that. I know that it fits with the neighborhood. I mean, and I'm willing to try to figure out, I'm trying to get this one project helped through, not the future zoning. And so I was told to do the rezoning, but I really just want to build a garage.
I don't want to belabor this. I'll just tell you that if you wanted to get the ARS overlay, there's a minimum of, 4.5 acres and 16 homes or something that has to be all done at the same time. You can't just do one property.
Yeah, I'm not certain that what we're addressing tonight is directly applicable to your property.
That's kind of
But, well,
Yeah, I think that's what we're saying is at this point, we're not addressing those and some of these other requests, they're kind of spread through the city. But we are looking at a zone, possibly a pro zone or something else that may address what Mr. Rollins needs that way.
This is really not the subject for discussion, is it? It's late.
Right.
Yeah, this is not for discussion. This is just public comment asked that I might, say the situation, maybe ask for help and figure out where I'm trying to approach.
okay. Thank you, Mr. Rollins.
Sharon Memmott in Edgemont, with anticipation that this may extend to our neighborhood someday. I'm looking at the detached dwelling and wondering if the current setbacks would be kept in force, I guess. And having spoken to Mr. Maxfield about other projects, I understand there are no setbacks for the back fence of a property. So I don't know how that would affect safety or what the fire chief would think about needing to get back there if that were approved. And also on your document here, which I know is just an outline, but it says that a detached dwelling is a possibility, but that also a connecting door is required. So I was curious how that worked, but.
Thank you. Mr. Maxfield, if you'd like to address that.
Thank you. A detached building would have to be separated from the home, minimum 6 feet by definition, but it would also have to have a 10-foot setback off of a property line. So it does have more of a setback than the accessory buildings would now have. So if you had an existing accessory building that's allowed within 3 feet, you could not put a unit in there because that would violate that 10-foot distance. The connecting doorway is only for attached units. It doesn't apply to the detached. And I think one of the changes we even had were door facings and some other things to try and clarify that. Hopefully we did, but.
Okay. Thank you. Any other public comment?
Chairs? Is there?
Yeah, you were part of the public.
Great to know this, but I wanted to say thank you for the food buffet that you guys had out for everybody who was waiting, but I can't. So anyway, thank you so much for this ongoing discussion about how best to consolidate some existing code and maybe even provide some opportunities for the city going forward. I think there's a lot of discussion that's going on right now. I think the staff shared that with you. You've seen some of the correspondence that I've sent through. There's a number of questions they're still waiting to really kind of get some answers to, and I would hope that we'd continue it tonight so that we can continue to collect that information and come back with a really nice, solid, altogether idea of what's going to happen. So thank you. There was one note that I made to myself. Oh, Just one idea that came to mind. We were talking about the number of individuals in the S and A overlay differences. Currently, in a single-family or one-family home, you can have like two unrelated people living with you as boarders. And that's a current allowance for anywhere in the city. And recently, I should say in the last 3 years, BYU off-campus housing has stopped approving, at least in the Pleasant View neighborhood and every other neighborhood I know of, any single student approved BYU housing in the surrounding homes. So although we may have had the possibility of having 4 singles living in an apartment now in the S overlays around BYU, BYU no longer approves those. And so one other idea maybe to think about is just say, let's just make it for the S and A overlay, there's just one accessory apartment standard, and it's 2 unrelated individuals or a family. So that may be another way to simplify this process. So I'll just leave it at that.
Okay.
David Atchison, I'm the neighborhood chair.
Just interrupt. In case you didn't know, Glenn is one of our legacy Center Street business owners. He's been there longer than most anybody else I know. And if you ever need anything that is really antique or just off the wall, go see Glenn. He's got it.
David Atchison, the neighborhood chair for Wasatch. The S overlay is a good thing. And I'm here to talk just a little bit about some of the unique, in particular, one unique aspect of the S overlay that is lost with this code amendment. But I start out with 14.10.010 just as a reminder, because I think it's foundational to what you do as legislators, and just to remember that the one-family residential R1 zone is established to provide areas for the encouragement and promotion of an environment for family life by providing for the establishment of one-family detached dwellings on individual lots or attached one-family dwellings in a planned open space environment. This zone is characterized by attractively landscaped lots and open spaces with lawns, shrubs, and small orchards. That's what we're talking about, is R1 when it comes to the S and the A overlays. And so that's the overarching, that's the umbrella under which all of these other things fall. And if these other things are offensive to that concept, then they need to be examined very closely and need to be found the exception rather than the rule. But what happens is that as ordinances change and as exceptions are made, those exceptions become the rules. And we lose the vision of what we're actually required by the ordinance to do. So the S overlay, I'm speaking purely to that, that's what we have in the Wasatch neighborhood, is a good thing, and I don't support this code amendment as it's currently constituted. And I know that there's some formatting and grammatical change things that need to happen, and it feels like they're the kind of the same, and we should just bring them together. But if this is just for formatting, and I know it's not just, but if this is feeling like, oh, good, we're going to take care of something because we got formatting and grammatical changes that need to happen, that's not the reason to pass legislation like this. In the staff report, they have said this will provide additional and needed affordable housing options for areas in the city that allow accessory dwelling units. And I would argue that it doesn't. That it does provide additional housing options, so it opens up a few more, but then we'll get to the point where that's all full, and then we'll need to say that we need to add additional housing options. There does come a point where we're bound by the water and the mountains and by Springville and by Orem, and where housing is there, we can't provide unlimited housing, nor can we provide unlimited affordable housing. And by what standards we might call affordable. So the one thing that stands out for me in that I like about about the S overlay is found in 14.30.030.2.b. And that says that the accessory apartment, even though it says accessory, remember we're talking about supplementary, the accessory, which is grammatical problems, right? The accessory apartment may be located in a basement or in a second level above ground. That is where the owner, the owner then lives in the main part of the house, which is the single-family residential, and that's key to what goes on if we're going to allow for these exceptions, which is we want these families to live in homes that are conducive to family life. And if a family is the owner, they'll live on the main floor, the place where living goes on, where you can have more kids. But families that are contributing in a long-term perspective to neighborhoods don't live in basements, and they don't live in outbuildings on the property. So this is an ordinance it's on the books. I haven't ever seen this enforced. And so in my ecclesiastical boundaries, so my church ward, right, we have 102 homes. And 4 of those homes are in violation of this. Now, there's another issue, which is, don't know why we can't get those things enforced, anyway, but 4% of the homes in our neighborhood, and these 4 homes, they are occupied by student-age people in their 20s who have somehow mustered up the down payment to be able to buy a house and qualified to buy a house, and then they live in the basement, and they rent out the upstairs for students or to young transient families. And so these homes are permanently removed from the lifeblood of what the ordinance talks about in terms of a single-family dwelling unit and family, all of those things. So all of these things, for that reason alone, there are other issues around. I know there's some positive things about rental dwelling licenses that would come with this new amendment to the code, but that nonetheless, there's some fundamental things here that are not addressing the issues which are really pertinent to maintaining our neighborhood. I'll speak for the Wasatch neighborhood, and being able to fight for our life. Because that's what we're constantly doing, is fighting for our life so that we don't become south of BYU campus. South of BYU campus used to have those kinds of opportunities, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just time-wise, we need to wrap up.
Great. Questions, thoughts?
I don't know if you want to elaborate or put anything in writing, but I appreciate hearing about your experience and your concerns.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
We would love to hear from you through email or by
Great.
phone. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, any other public comment? I think we've lost just about everyone. All right, so we'll bring this back to council for discussion.
Can I ask why that change was made? Why the owner doesn't have to live in the main location of the home?
I'd have to ask the committee members exactly, but my understanding, you also have elderly people or others that don't necessarily need the principal dwelling, the square footage there, but they still want to stay in the neighborhood, rent to their family or something like that. It allowed the families to be in the larger home, and then they could be in the smaller portion of the home.
So aren't they elderly, and that requirement isn't for elderly?
Well, elderly, again, it still gets into the principal part of it. It just clarifies it. But that was, I don't know, maybe Mr. Connect has better background. That was my understanding of
that was the logic, but actually George brings up an interesting point. I mean, let's say you lived outside of an A or S overlay, then you have that, and you're 65 and older, then you can rent out part of your house And I don't know that it specifies within the code that you have to be in the bigger or smaller portion. And so we didn't anticipate what was brought up that seems to be happening in the other neighborhood, where an investor, a young single person, let's say, buys the property and then turns it into a rental in the way that was just described.
Right, yeah, just to clarify, and it has it there on the chart, and in the A overlay and the elderly, you could live anywhere. It's just in the S that had that restrictions.
Right.
But again, your description of who needs to live only fits, in my mind, people over 65. And they are exempt from living in the main quarters. So I guess my question is, in answer to the presentation we just had, why do we have in this overlay that the owner of the home can live anywhere?
And again, I was just deferring to the committee members that wrote it. I was not on the committee, so that's why I deferred to Mr. Connect.
So we do see that in the A overlay, which almost surprises me. I thought it was uniform, but it says in the A overlay, the owner could live in either, and somehow only the S overlay was the one specifying that it had to be. So it sounds like we need to kind of revisit that item.
Yeah, I'm willing to revisit it. I think there are some advantages, though, of keeping it broader open. We talk about that this needs to be owner occupied, and that's kind of the primary concern. And we can definitely take a look at it, but I think there's advantages to allowing that owner to be in either of the units. But that's definitely something the committee can discuss more.
Well, and the purpose of bringing it forward, and this is the first reading, and we've gotten feedback, and we can continue this. I don't know, we may need to continue it not just to the next meeting, but a little bit longer if we're going to actually dig down into any of the issues that have been brought up.
And I'd like to bring up one of those issues. I talked earlier about the move from it requiring to be an attached dwelling to the detached dwelling. And I think a comment was, well, if we continue it, we'll have 3 weeks to kind of get the word out. For the areas that have an S and an A overlay, I think this change will have a bigger impact than our disclosure and acknowledgement requirements that we added on. And if you think about the outreach that we put into that, I'm not necessarily saying that we need to have that kind of outreach, but it needs to be far more than just make sure that the neighborhood chairs have been notified. I do think we need some significant, if we're just going to make the change, we need some significant community outreach for that. And so I have some thoughts, but if go ahead.
Well,
Mr.
just
Hanley.
on that point, Dave Atchison is a relatively new neighborhood chair with some new vice chairs, and this affects the Wasatch neighborhood pretty directly, and there's a lot of experience and feeling about this issue in that neighborhood, and so I really want this to be more properly vetted, so I definitely would be in favor of continuing beyond July 9th. I don't know what the ideal time would be, but I think we probably, can we just continue it indefinitely and let it take its course as we vet it in the various neighborhoods a little more carefully? Anyway.
I personally think that's a good idea, and then we could curtail the discussion on it a little bit quicker if someone wanted to make a motion to continue it indefinitely.
I so move.
Any second on that? We'll go with Mr. Stewart on that second. Any discussion on the motion to continue indefinitely?
Is it your intention never to revisit it or to continue it until a future day? like a few, till you're ready for something new. In the past, we've used to continue indefinitely as to, we really don't bring it back.
I don't believe the intent is to deny this. I believe the intent is to give enough time for it to be reworked.
How about until the housing committee recommends it come back?
Yeah, I would just avoid the indefinitely, because we basically file it at that point.
Could we do it, continue to a date undetermined?
That's what I wanted to say.
To a date to be determined?
Yes.
Okay.
Any discussion on the adjusted amendment or adjusted motion?
At a bedtime to be determined.
See no discussion, we'll call for a vote on the motion to continue. All in favor? That's unanimous. All right. Thank you, Mr. Maxfield. Mr. McGinn, thank you. Mrs. Wise.
Move to adjourn.
Oh, yeah, how about we adjourn? Unless there's objections, we are now adjourned. I imagine the housing committee were the ones. Hey, Gary, how are you?
Have a good day today.